Yes, I, a special one from the CEO. Yes, I, a special one from the CEO. Stand with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Bend. Charges on the beat.
For the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. To spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? This one you got today.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
This one you got today.
Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. Yes, what you information. To the spoon to be part of spoon, spoon television.
Yes, I do, party there.
Spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO. Stand with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Bend. Charges on the beat.
For the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon.
Okay, just tune to spawn
Straight to spoon.
to get informed,
Yeah,
to get
to spoon.
entertained, get educated.
Yeah, to spoon.
And of course, the initial time check in Minerva, Liberia is 6 minutes on the flip side of 8 o'clock. Wherever you are and whatever you are doing, it's a pleasure to welcome you to yet another very, very thunder-striking and a fascinating edition of the Spoon Talk. My name is Yekezi Zwobel. I'm sitting in this beautiful, beautiful Friday evening as your producer. And as soon as the CEO and the rest of the team members talking about the panelists on the show, as soon as they join us, we're going to kickstart the show to talk some tough issues, you know. Right now, our political climate is kind of very intense as we have a runoff election pending. An election that's going to decide the fate of Liberia for the next 6 years. Is it going to be a continuation of George Weah for 12 years? Is it going to be the re-emergence of the Unity Party? Oh yes, of course. All of that are being discussed right here on this show plus other shows. So just so you know, we are coming to you live via Spoon TV Live. We are also live on Super TV, Fabric 101.1 FM, Spoon 107.5 FM, as well as Super 95.5 FM. So keep the dial set and please invite someone to listen and view alongside you. Again, I'm Yekezi Zobe, and I'd like to say good evening from my end. Good afternoon from your end for those of you in the diaspora. I'd like to say welcome to the show. A lot of folks have already started commenting. Let me see whether I can read out some of your comments and recognize you for being our first viewers for today. Yeah, Daniel Belito. Yeah, Daniel says, please, guys, I don't want to hear Gibson voice tonight. Hi, Yaka. Okay, Daniel. That decision is will come from the top, you know. Linda Kimba is watching. Linda, welcome. Eric Vinton. Eric says, good evening. Amara Mamadi Masa Kruma. Amadi, welcome to the show. Vanin Tapi Kamara says, yeah, Vani, I'm sorry. The comments I quickly passing by. Fred Johnson is watching. Elijah Conan is falling from Congo Town Back Road. And let's see, Christopher Dikega Kwei says watching from Buchanan. Mamuyen Cooper says, okay, that comment has passed so swiftly. Sako Bala says he's watching from Philadelphia, USA. And let me say good evening, good afternoon to all of you joining us this beautiful, beautiful Friday evening. Today happens to be the 27th day of October, and gradually we are coming to the end of October. So for those of you listening now, until the CEO and this team of panelists can join us, we like to open the lines to hear from you. Speak your minds, whatever on your minds this evening.
you want to say out, the opportunity is yours now to do that. And of course, the numbers are 0777 1075 0777 1075 1075. Those are the numbers to put it through right now. So let's go to the lines and talk to this first person. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from? Hello.
Yeah, hello.
How are you? Your name and where you join us from?
Abraham, join you from Tuboro, District 4, Maserado.
Abraham, thanks for joining. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I just want to tell you tonight I would not want to be here in casing on a show. Because casing can come on a show and you be carry all up on mind different, you know. Yeah.
Okay, that's so, what on your mind, right?
So I tell all my parties they should not be convinced by party like CDC. No.
Okay, all right. Anyway, the decision of Gibson coming on the show is going to be made from the top. Yeah. Okay, but thanks for calling in. Thanks for contributing. Let's talk to another person here. Hello. I'm sorry, we can't just continue with you with that feedback. Please walk away from the radio or just lower the volume of the radio before calling us. Let's talk to this other person on the line. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
Welcome. You're welcome to the Spoon Talk. Let's hear you. What have you got to say? What's on your mind?
Thank you very much. Thomas Johnson, calling from Vanyama. What is
you are calling from Vanyama? Hello?
Yeah.
Are you watching the show or are you listening?
I'm not listening. I'm listening on radio.
You are listening via radio?
Yeah.
That is, you are getting our signal that far.
It's not bad from my end. At least I'm getting it clear.
Okay, that's good to hear. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so what on my mind is to let the Liberian people know that we have made up our mind. We shouldn't be deterred by seeing Henry P. Costa with the CDC president. We shouldn't be deterred as long as we made up our mind to make sure to take out all those corrupt individuals out of power and to make sure our country is safe. We have to be focused. And as we all know, the person who is so anxious for power, they are belly driven. So they will be here and they are desperate. They will continue to go the wrong way and their dream will continue to die. So minus Henry Costa plus Henry Costa, it has nothing to do with our decision that our mindset. So let us come out on the 14th to ensure that we cast our vote.
Thank you.
For Joseph Diwambaka and that of JKK. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I guess thank you. We are from this evening.
You call from where?
You know, yeah, my brother, thank you.
You say you call from where?
The gentlemen are trying to.
Are you getting me? Hello?
Hello?
You say you call from where?
Yeah, we are from this evening. Also, Kuya.
Oh, okay. You call from where again, please?
From Nigu Town.
Nigu Town. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, my brother, for the show. You know, family, brothers, sisters, those are listening to the spoon. You know, your party is your party. If for CPP, if for UP, for UP, for CDC, for CDC. You know, Gibson Jerome is my own man from the same place there, from the same Grand there, you know. So I think if you decide to follow, you follow him. If you decide not to follow, don't follow. But I think it will not be necessary that, you know, you shouldn't participate on the show. No, everybody have a view. You decide to support this government, and then you decide to divert from the party and to another to CDC. So I have a view, brother. So we shouldn't do it this way, okay? We shouldn't do it this way. Everybody have the mindset to support who they want to support.
Thank you.
So thank you. It's all on my mind this evening.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to more callers here. Hello?
Hello?
Your name and where you join us from?
My name is Evo. I'm calling from opposite Aluminum Factory.
Okay.
What I want to say, Everybody has their right. If when Gibson want to come and say anything that his business, when I will fall, all will fall. But I know if Jesus name will not fall, we will enjoy it. This election will pass and we'll be together as Nigerians. So who you want to vote for, who you want to vote for, it is in your mind. Nobody should choose your mind if you hear other person talking. What do you want to hear for? But what do you want to say? What do you want to do that day? Just vote the person you know you want to vote for. Thank you, my son, and have a blessed day.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person on this line. Hello. Hello, your name and where you join us from? You are coming in very low, very, very low.
I'm a delegate coming from calling for Are you getting me?
Let's hear you. Let's hear you. Quickly. I'm seeing Dr. Richardson in the back.
I'm just happy for Falcon. I'm just happy that my brother back on the show.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Just happy.
Thank you very much. So folks, that's it. We now have to join Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, welcome.
You can see, hello, how are you doing?
I'm okay. How yourself?
I'm good. It's Friday. Happy to be alive today. So many things to get done today, and it's weekend. So many things to get done. How's your week on the start of your weekend going?
Yes, it was good, and by the grace of God, and we are all in high spirits, awaiting the pending elections.
That's good. You guys are very busy. Thank you guys for all that you do. Before I forget, you guys, I have an important statement to make on behalf of Madam TT. So let me do that now before it gets busy. And to all of our viewers, I want to say on behalf of the management of Spoon TV, Spoon Talk, and all of the media establishments that are associated with us, we want to apologize and retract this false and defamatory allegations that were made against Mr. Yaparo Yuri on the show. I just want to make sure that we get that taken care of. Started now Spoon Talk can get really busy. So for Yaparo Yuri, we are retracting our comments and also apologizing to you. Yes. So I hope he gets that and hears that. So, any updates that you have?
Yeah, so one thing that's making rounds on social media currently is the picture of popular talk show host Henry Costa and that of President George Weah. Yeah, it's kind of making rounds on social media. Costa posted that picture a few hours ago, saying that he arrived in the country early morning and he paid a courtesy visit to President George Weah, and that the ALP, the All Liberian Party, will be speaking on the 29th of October, which is on Sunday. So the ALP might be taking a side as to who it supports in the pending runoff election. But Costa visit, the photograph of his visit to the president has drawn mixed reactions on social media. Some people are kind of slamming him, criticizing him, while some people, obviously from the ruling establishment, commending and congratulating him for his decision, even though he hasn't made any decision. But people are insinuating that, with that photo, there's a high possibility that he will go the way of the CDC.
Yeah, so you can see I'm looking at one of the pictures. I didn't get to follow because obviously I was teaching late and I slept in a little bit and I had some errands to do today. So I'm looking at one of the pictures that he posted, and thank you for bringing this information up. That's why I can trust you guys to update me on the current in Liberia and update others. He's standing here with George Weah. I'm looking at one of like this one over here where he's standing, and he's throwing the number 2 sign, which I think is interesting. He has this smirk on his face, or maybe that's how he smiles or laughs. And of course, the president has his kind of caught in the deer light kind of a facial expression, like he has this kind of facial expression all the time in his pictures when I see him. I mean, a lot of people, like you said, are making a lot of insinuations. There's pros and cons. Some people are happy, and some people are, not happy about his decision. But in the end, I guess some people felt betrayed. I guess lesson learned. I think we need to ask Liberians what kind of lesson are they learning from, having people who they believe spoke on their behalf or who brought the news to them are publicly taking sides. That's the question that I have for them.
Yes, and so are you saying we should open the lines or?
No, I was just actually giving a rhetorical question. I wasn't saying yes. I'm sure others will be joining us soon. I was just kind of speculating on the trending news that you told me about Henry Costa. And also, I also got some thoughts about people who are concerned about my neutrality. It's amazing how people can just allow me to rent space in the head for free because I'm staying neutral and I'm staying on, what I want to do for the Liberian people as opposed to getting into this whole political decision making. I let my brother Dwalu and all of the other people on this show come and, talk about who they want to support. That's okay with me. I respect that. But, the only thing is sad because all these people who have taken a position, they waited all this time. The first round came, they never said boo. Okay, we're here fighting for what we believe in. Now, all of a sudden, we're limited to 2 people. Now they're all out there talking. And I just feel like some of them, I categorize them into 3 areas. They want to be, associated to power. They have some underlying motivation. Maybe they have job seeking or proximity to power again. And then some of them, they're just, like loose talkers. They want to come and talk tabata all day and want to be followers. But the core issue of developing Liberia, which is my core issue right now, it's quite distant from their mind. It's not on their mind, and that really troubles me. What I saw Dwalu and you can see in Liberia. If you went and saw, and I've been going to Liberia maybe 3 times a year, but this time around, especially in the light where we're making important decisions about our country in that context, and I saw children, throwing big bucket of water on their heads. They were selling markets for their family, or either they were not clothed right. So those things you have to sit back and wonder, where is our country? How did we get here? If you think it's about just making decisions about who's the right leader and not putting any further thoughts into how this person can change our country, if they can, or begin to put us on the path of changing our country, you are very mistaken. You are very, very mistaken. So I'm staying neutral. Dwalu, I'll let you guys, you and Funny Guy and everybody else, you're coming to the show and you're talk about your candidate. I'm gonna stay to talk about it like
hey, I saw. Doc, I mean, I think look, this is my belief. Despite all the endorsements that are going on, first of all, welcome to the audience, Dr. Larry Kennedy. I did see you. Hope you're doing well, brother. I believe a man should be left to his own vices. He can choose whatever he wants, and he should be left to the consequences of his decision. It's not for you and I to criticize. But Dr. Francine, I want to expand on the point that you just made. People are just fixated on who becomes the leader of Liberia. But that fixation is not on actual solutions in many instances. Look, we say this, put all the political bickering one side. Our country is literally in dire straits.
It is.
Is if you look at the conditions of the country, if you look at my podcast, when I do have it on Sundays, it's a message to the legatees of Liberia. And one thing I do focus on young people between the age of 16 and 30 years old. They are having no future. Literally no future. The leadership of our country is not actually factoring them into the decision making of the country. I'm not talking about government job. I'm talking about full consideration that I can be my full self inborn man from the day I'm born. It doesn't matter if I go to America or Sweden. But it seems in our country, you have to exit the country before you can become something of worth, or you win a political seat in the country. Not everybody going to be in that space. So the social programs has to be expanded across the country where every single person has a stake and is fully considered. But we are not doing this. And this is a problem for me. Now, I agree with you 100%, Dr. Francine. The leadership, they just focus on winning. This is why I wanted these debates to be held. I want to hear President Weah's vision for the country. I want to hear how he's going to tackle the expanding prostitution rate in the country. I want to hear about Honorable Boyka's condition as it relates to job creation in our country. What are his strategies? I want to hear those. Yeah, people will get slither of it here and there. But when you don't have this debate, where you can ask him a straight question, but Dr. Francine, I will say this also. Most of the so-called join the list in Liberia, the journalists, they're so impoverished to the point they cannot ask questions for fear of not being considered.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, we cannot build institutions with the people least capable of building those institutions. So, and I said this a couple of weeks ago, it takes 5% of any country's population to be developed, right? If the top 5% will develop that society, everybody else is a worker bee. But the brains with the ideas, I establish the businesses, the engineers, the lawyers, the doctors, these people are exiting the country. When you exit the country in this kind of it leaves the country extremely vulnerable. How can we get a leadership that brings back that population into the country? These questions have to be asked. You know, today somebody attacked me and they said, "Oh, Dwalu, you're talking because you want government job, you want it." For me, it doesn't matter if I work in government.
Absolutely. I've seen what you
today for the rest of my life. I can go to Sweden, I will be fine.
You can go to Timbuktu, you'll be fine.
I'll be fine.
Country.
It's not about that. It's about it pains me that I will be quiet and I know I have some solutions to Liberia's problem, primarily in the private sector. And I keep quiet. I can't live with that. We talk, and you stop this nonsense that I have to have COPA in Liberia before I talk. I don't have to get nothing in Liberia. My citizenship is not predicated on going. Just stop this nonsense.
And I want to add, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, is
no,
that
you're not.
You can see there are certain people who we don't want anything. It's about pure love for country. I can tell, I can read through people, okay? But then there's these other group of people who they don't say boo all year, they don't go to the country, they don't know anybody in the country. But then they will come and, be fly on social media with an opinion or criticize someone like you or me who sacrifice your time. Do you know, people don't realize how hard, I'm sure, Dwali, you figure out how hard it is to be on this show. I could sit down. I was thinking about I was teaching last night, reflecting. When I'm in a class, I'm the authority. Okay, whatever I say, go. People don't, because they know I'm the authority, they don't challenge me. It's not like that. We all have, or they challenge me in a respectful way, because
every single newspaper in Liberia, I have to read it every day. Yes. And I got to find extra time apart from my personal time, because you're doing the people work, but you got to read all these papers, you got to follow the stories, and then you got to.
It's and people luckily, I don't even know how you make that time, Charlie. Luckily,
it's crazy.
Sometimes I don't even, as a mom or grandmom, or doing all the things. Sometimes I got to speak to wife. Yeah, exactly. You have a wife. I don't have a wife.
Right there.
I hope she's hearing you. And the thing about it is, like, sometimes they say, "Oh, you are supporting Mr. Cummings. You're angry because..." No, it has nothing to do with that. I support Mr. Cummings out of pure wanting a better country. That was my view. I lost. I don't have an infantile pattern of having it my way or no way. No, that's very infantile. Okay, that's somebody whose emotion has not developed that well. But we lost, and so right now, when I go through those kind of moments, I think we need to sit back and reflect on how can I move forward. I'm not the person that just jump into something else. I don't just move forward. This was very serious. Election in Liberia was a very serious business. So for me, I'm happy for the people that won, and I'm happy that you guys can come here. I enjoy watching you, advance your positions. But for me, my direction is different. I want us, like when I hear
that should be fine, though, Dr. Francine. This is what democracy is about. Look, let me say this to the audience and people listening on the radio. It is okay for somebody who does not support your candidate. They're equally Liberian. I would find no fault with any man or woman who supports anybody. This is their choosing.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, you will make your choice as well. Look, Mr. Cummings can go ahead and support Honorable Boycott or President Weah. It does not mean everybody who supports Mr. Cummings is going to support the candidate.
Exactly.
You will still make their individual decision. So there's a little bigger ring about, the man support the man. For me, that's why I want you to open your minds. Because if you know what you want, you don't care who supports whom. At the end of the day, you want a message to transcend the obvious. Why is Bapodi County so poor compared to Monrovia or to Banga?
Exactly.
Why?
I've been, when you have been through this since 2015, around that time, before 2017, and then the elections, you've seen firsthand experience. You've been involved in conversations about Liberia. And you can't just keep going on and having this conversation. It's not even about your choice or anybody else's choice. It's about me. It's about my decision to remain neutral and my decision.
And that's a decision too.
Yes.
People don't understand it. A decision to remain neutral is equally a decision.
Of course.
And sometimes people say, because not everybody look, let me put it in South Africans and now people are going to very simple. Not every guy you approach will agree. So they will not agree, but they will still won't be a friend.
Yeah.
It's a neutral position. Okay.
Exactly.
But I gave him my money.
Whatever. I can't understand this, and it's like it is so interesting. It is really interesting.
But look, let me recognize a few people
that we live in. That is the kind of country we live in.
Let me recognize a few people.
Go ahead.
These guys come here. Othello Dillon, Sona Francis, welcome. Henson Joseph, welcome to the show. I see Mogoya Davis, Edward Bender, welcome to the show. Fishbone Pekin, Konya Lofa, August King, how you doing, brother? Lacodio, Lucadio, page 2. Silly Kamara, welcome. David Defenmeyer, welcome to the show. Jan Toze, welcome to the show. Jatel, Dedasco Dobia Guer, welcome to the show. Blessing D. Bromskin, welcome. Clarence Benson, Bena Masakwe, Joshua Fumba, where Jeremiah. Joseph Vama, welcome to the show. I see Lacincy Jackson, Rachel Richardson, welcome to the show. Patrick Kennedy, welcome to the show. Rabina Carlson, welcome. Main Holy Ginger Fab, welcome to the show. Clarence Kim, welcome to the show. Felicia Black Gibson, Morris Colley, Justin Wilson, Flomo Livingston, Brother Livingston was popping. I see David Vizili, welcome. Charles Barkley, welcome to the show. I see Sven Ronika Cully, Roman Sumo, welcome to the show. Robert Black Scorpio, welcome. Bintu Otore, welcome to the show. Joseph Johnson, Momo Johnson, hey brother Johnson, what's going on, man? Anthony Zachariah Yeton, welcome to the show. Cecilia Haley, Suakoli Colette, welcome to the show. Look, everybody, welcome to the show. We're going to talk Liberia. Our talking points, every single talking point is not going to satisfy you, but I want you to open your mind. And it's the same way, not everything you say I'm going to agree with. Just because we take different position on the topic does not make us enemy. Let me tell you something about democracy.
Yeah.
For democracy to grow, you have to accept views that are not normally aligned with your views. Now, what you can do is, I can come to Dr. Francis. Dr. Francis, you took a view on primary education. I don't agree with that. But let me tell you why it can be better if we went with my view. If I can convince Dr. Francis intellectually, not by force, not by inducement, and then she sees my position, our democracy grows. The only reason why I frown on President Weah using money, it is not growing our democracy. I want you to convince Dr. Francine why having Zogo in the street is good for Liberia as opposed to not having them there.
Yes.
This is the topic we should be talking about.
Absolutely.
I'll give it back to you.
Yes. Yeah. And Dwala, I definitely agree with you. In order for our democracy to grow, we have to be tolerant of others. You know, this is the hallmark of democracy. And like you said, it has to be a civil conversation. We can't be throwing jabs or arguing. You may not like Henry Costa choose reportedly or based on his pictures, made a decision to take picture of the president today. Some people don't like it. Some people care less. For me, I care less. And some people are having a fit on social media. Now, why do I care less? It's because he's entitled to support whoever he wants to support, and I feel my role in this is to continue to speak about the Liberian people. Our role in this is to continue why he wouldn't support President Weah, and I which I do support that there should be no Zogos or at least some kind of treatment plan to manage the Zogos in our country. I agree that a president should not be taken 49 days away from the country. I agree that our school system should not have been described as a mess by Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and we see insignificant improvements. I agree that you cannot call yourself rural medicine, and then I have to be driving roads in Liberia that is controlled by the mud on the mud on the road as opposed to the person who's driving the vehicle. So yes, there's many things I agree with, but again, my focus is on how can we bring a change to the people? How can we impact them meaningfully? Okay. And I believe Dwala is doing a wonderful job, and everybody else that comes on this panel that advocate for the position. You guys are doing a great job. And I want you to continue. I enjoy it sometimes to see.
Well, speaking about that great job, Dr. Francine, somebody asked me today, Dwalu, why would you support Mr. Wakai? This is a great question. And Emmanuel, Jasi, what's your name? Yes, I did see the Black Exploitation movie. And this is why I support Wakai as opposed to Mr. President Weah in these elections. Look, let's put all this stuff aside. President Weah, when it comes to social development of the country, he's failed. When it comes to improving the standard of living in our society, when I say standard of living, if people were only eating one time a day, you won't carry them up. I don't have to make a decision between what I would say my boys' children in school as opposed to my girls' children. These decisions, I believe Honorable Baka would do a better job because I believe he's a little bit more prepared in doing these things. President Weah has run nothing in his life, in his entire life. He has not even been a captain of a football team, and he was one of the best footballers in the world. This man cannot be compared to Honorable Boykai. President Weah, tell you, he paved a road across Liberia. He paved 2-3 miles of road across Liberia. The roads barely spent 6 months to break apart. They're not being built up to standard. We are sidelined the PPC, the Public Procurement Commission. People are not bidding by the standards set by the legislature. We have court cases in the country where nobody considers it. President Weah unilaterally goes to the central bank and takes money without going through the process to distribute our money. Sametua will take money. Currently, they're going to banks. Honorable Bwaka will do things differently. Honorable Bwaka has worked within the confines of a structured system. Now, you can make the argument and say, oh, he worked in government for 50 years. And what did he do? Let me tell you something about true command. Yes, you can make your argument. And Dr. Francine said that the vice president shall. These are proclamations, and it's right, shall. But the way it works is you can shall. But our system, and it should not be this way. If I am a director of LPRC, the president of the Republic of Liberia cannot tell me to do anything outside the confines of the guidelines set by the legislature. That should be illegal. Right. I should be protected. But if I did that, the president, oh, they don't want to get fiscal to move you from there. We cannot build institutions that way. This is what the likes of me cannot go running for government because the way my mind works, because I believe that, if I'm running this entity, it got to be Dwalu's operation.
And the buck stops with you.
Yeah, it stops with me. I'm running LPRC. It stops with me. When LPRC fail, y'all put on Dwalu here. Correct. But when it's being circumvented by my boss, which is Dr. Francis, Dwalu, my interest law, I will get there because
you my first a gallon of gas. Yeah.
Messing up my system. And this is what we are talking about. So until you get true command, some of the blames cannot fall on you, even though he has to take some slack because he worked within the confines of that system. But when you compare President Weah and Honorable Bwaka, just compare the two. If you develop a business where you are making $20 million a year, will you rather Honorable Bwaka run that business or will you get that business to President Weah? These are the simple decisions that you have to make. I believe it will be a more structured system on an honorable black guy, and I believe we will grow more on an honorable black guy by comparison to President Weah. President Weah has shown us what he's capable of. And his capability is not going to add anything new to Liberia. It's going to degenerate the country.
Yeah, but I appreciate you, liking Honorable Buckeye, and also saying that you can't truly hold him responsible for what was done, when he was in position of power. But my point sometimes is, if the way you can talk plenty, if I ask you to do something in a position of power, you let the whole world know. You say, Dr. Richardson can't, just because yeah, okay. But to me, it's that quietness, it's that silence, that he presented, and I have some challenges with that. All right,
we on the Buckeyes quietness, right? Let me tell you something.
Maybe it's a generational thing. Maybe it's
I understand. If somebody said President Weah was the captain of the football team, the national team, the captain was forced upon him because he has some money. That is not captain. Is when you rise through the rank and your men actually elected to be president based on your skills and your capability. When he was captain of Lone Star, it was because he was an international player and he had the money. So that's a different kind of captain. But let me say this. Honorable Braca, let me look something about our system, and I will review there. I've never worked in government. My father never worked in government. Nobody in my family ever worked in government.
Myself.
But the way Liberia government works, let me tell you something. If you talk, it's considered insubordination. Wow. If you do your job the way your entity requires you to do your job, it's considered insubordination. You will get fired. And guess what? If you're permanently domiciled in Liberia, you can get no job. So if the president calls, let me give you an example. It's an actual real life example. I have a contract with Meta Steel. The real line between Buchanan and Yekipa, I have 40 toilets between these two facilities. I pissed somebody up in the Ellen Johnson City administration. The director for Meta Steel called me in Buchanan. Dwalo, we need to talk. This is what he told me. My man, we remove your toilets if you keep countering people in the government. This is the private operation. We came here to do business. We want problem with people. Now, I'm not going to detail, but you're smart enough to deduce the point I'm getting at.
Sure.
This is what is happening. So if Yekezi says something about a sitting president, somebody can call Spoon and they will fire Yekezi. So Yekezi gets muted. This is why I want a developed private sector where Dwado works in the private sector because my mind has to be free, Dr. Francine. It has to be free for it to work.
But how do we do that when we elect a leader or support a leader who didn't set an example of that? How do we do that?
This is something we all got to figure.
Okay.
I see your point and say, how do we do that? And I know where you're driving now, but I will say this. No, I'll give it a stand to. I'm not going to say it.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, come on.
Wow. Dwado and Dr. Richardson spoke for 42 minutes.
52
minutes, 53 seconds. And I don't think the people benefited from what you guys are saying.
Okay,
you guys are too professional for our people.
Yeah, enjoy.
Man. You guys are too professional for our people.
Thank God.
Talking about somebody this one, somebody said this. Who can say something? I beg you up, man. And we got to do this, that I see and say that. Listen, folks. Yo, hello, yeah. Do you work on the people? What was Sarah?
Oh, Sarah? Fakate? My junior year, yo. You know?
Sarah. So now to pronounce the girl name right.
I kind of like. I'm looking at this, my sister, right?
Ooh.
Her name is, let me call her name. Ose Kangagba.
Okay.
That Yombly, Senator Yombly, sister, I believe. Y'all correct me because I come to talk about her. So y'all please help me. Y'all don't want me to talk about her, y'all tell me.
Okay, Chief.
Huh?
Talk about her.
No. I'm gonna talk about her, right?
No.
So long as it's factual, I don't mind.
It will be. I got to talk about her. Even if you say I shouldn't, I would say talk about her. I don't think this. Yeah, we're waiting for the other people to join, but I don't think this is right though. A Basso woman left for Liberia, Grand Basso County, and come to America to learn how to cook. And she posting everything on Facebook, saying, "Nah, I'm a chef. I'm a chef." I mean, it's just me. Dwalu.
You know why? You know what that is?
Dwalu, you're bastard, man. Let's try to have this conversation.
You know what that is? There's a reason for that, though. You want to hear the reason?
I beg you, I won't put her picture outside.
Yeah, but you want to hear the reason?
Yeah, I want to hear the reason.
There's a reason.
Yeah, the reason,
there's a reason for this.
There is something in Liberia that we've done for a very long time. It's called the superiority complex. So long it's not certified by a Westerner or a white man, we don't believe that it's substantial enough to validate. So now that it's been official, you know, because they want Chico Flame, you know, that phrase back in the day was because it was certified and you say you're official cook. We have to love us in a way that is so low. I lived in Japan for 2 years, and the Japanese, they love themselves so bad, so much that even if me and a Japanese got into an argument, I'm 25% wrong, we are only fighting within the confines of the 75%. This other society.
Dwaluba made that thing. That's the way you want to do it. Let me do this.
Okay.
Yeah, but let me say this, Dwalu. The woman said she got to come way to go to Escofia school to know how to cook pamato. To know how to cook cassawali. I mean, I'm taking back on this because whenever they invite me, Stanton, come to the house. We live in Pennsylvania. What the place name? Somewhere in Pennsylvania there.
Congratulations to my sister, first of all.
I know you want to say congratulations, but let's say this thing. Let's say the truth, man. And you know, all these years, my sister said she's going to school. I'm thinking, but what kind of school the woman going to? Then she sent me a big text message, a big one. Let me find it.
Congratulations, my sister.
As a professional chef today. So here's my answer, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah.
Here's my answer. Hey, man, Liberian Bassa woman don't know how to cook. Wow. I mean, am I wrong, folks? You guys got to talk to me.
Yes, you're wrong. Cooking is not restricted to the kitchen.
But listen, man. Listen. I believe the woman know how to cook pambato. What did they teach her?
Well, you know what?
Did they teach her how to cook potatoes green?
Is it possible? Well, is it possible? You know how you come to a new environment, a new culture, you kind of have to learn and adapt in order to make yourself marketable. Yeah. Is it possible that's probably what she's doing?
Yeah, I understand, but I'm my own sister too. Now my own I need some answer yet. Now my way of saying to her congratulations, but I still need answer yet. The woman left from way Bikana, and the woman pa, we know Omekanga. That woman must learn how to cook before she left that house to marry the other guy they called Ting. So I mean, what kind of food she was cooking for Ting? Hey man, somebody help me, man.
The woman cooking for queer people now, Stanton.
Exactly.
Cook potatoes green for them. Cook flour for them. Cook better leaf for them.
That quickly, you have to warm them up.
Maybe don't probably got no. You know, they
teach her how to cook flour. Did they teach her how many cup of oil you will put in the flour? So how many tablespoons of salt you will pour in
filet mignon now, man. Cooking filet mignon.
That filet mignon. Who gonna eat filet mignon?
Oh, maybe they won't go in, but they're gonna clientele. You don't know.
You might have your wife to the house to go cook filet mignon for you, our African team. Look at Team Stomach. Look at Team. Team, no filet mignon. Team will refuse it. Getting filet mignon, you will not eat it. I remember Fatiga told only one and then we gotta go. But anyway,
I don't even know why you're talking. Who the woman? I don't even know the woman.
That Yombly sister, Senator Yombly Kagere Lawrence sister. The woman left from Liberia. She left from Buchanan. Liberia as a whole to come to America to learn how to cook flour sauce and potatoes green. Now she's a chef. Now she's a chef.
Let me tell you one story in Buchanan. I do understand where the woman coming from. So during the war, they were looking for a chef. So they were interviewing all the Bassa women that could rather cook in the town. The other woman went for the interview. They said the guy asked the woman, "How can you make scrambled egg for someone that doesn't eat oil at all?" The woman looked at it and said, "Wait, my son, what are you talking about?" He said the man is a vegan. He doesn't eat egg. He doesn't eat anything that got oil. How can you make a scrambled egg for them and then bacon and all? The woman said, "My son, me, I can only cook domo and fufu. I ain't able to be that one." So I can only say why the woman will come to America to learn how to make some steak and filet mignon and some.
Listen, the only way I will accept this, Wadu, accept the woman cook for me and send it. Yeah. The only way I will say congratulations to my dear sister Ose Kanga. I said, oh sorry, I shouldn't say Ose Kanga. I should call the full name because team will get very with me. The only way I will accept this one, right? To say congratulations. The guy say you're on the floor. They driving themselves crazy. The only way I would say congrats to you, except you cook me something I have never eaten before. Send it to me. Let me taste it. Then I will say congrats. If not, no, I'm disappointed. We can't spend all this money and all this time contributed, bring you to America. My man, well, how to bring a woman here back? I contributed all. Yeah, the woman, you gotta cook me something and cook me something fast, please. Congrats to you, Ose.
Yes.
I'm proud of you.
Congratulations, man.
Congrats to you, Ose.
Succeed, we all do in one way or the other.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you know what?
Be cooking at the Marriott Hotel at the Hilton. You never know.
Man, that woman should be cooking our potato screen right now, but we're begging you.
Okay.
You know my problem here? My wife would say, "Oh, let's go out to eat. Let's go." Man, I always say I don't like the restaurant food. You know why though? Let's start with this. You will wait for 30 minutes for 1 hour. They will bring you a piece of bread.
Yeah.
You must eat that piece of bread. Then we'll ask you want bottle of water, you want tea. Then you sit down there 1 hour for them to give you small food.
How people made the money?
Yeah, you strategy for that.
They give you the small food, then you got to pay $100, $150. You like it, man? I don't like the restaurant food.
The trick for that. I go on the appetizer menu. I love most of the time when I go to a restaurant.
We can see. Stand up, let's see.
The guys are there. I mean, what you want to say? I'm a plus model.
Yeah.
We can see.
Sometimes the change of environment. Us women like, a different ambience, a different conversation.
To be served.
Yeah, to be served. Every day we cook.
Listen, let me tell you, Eduardo, we shouldn't go there because you know that one are fake. The man will spend that money on the first day. The rest of it, the man not spending that money. You'll take $150.
How you will be talking?
No, I want to make sure I allow not coming.
Oh, okay. He said you come up.
Eduardo, I'm facing the door at the entrance. I want to make sure she's not entering.
Yeah.
Hey, then Fadiga SPO. Fadiga went to the club, get $100 for her birthday, and the next one they get to Fadiga house. And Fadiga SPO over there.
I'm a good tipper. It doesn't have to be.
What you mean tipper, my man? Even if you mention one tip,
not a tip. If you go to a bar, you got a tip. I mean, how much?
Oh Lord.
Are you trying to tip a lot?
No, you got to tip. The tip, nobody got to do it, but.
I mean, we're trying to break. We're trying to break
this thing off or not?
Huh?
We're gonna kick
this thing off. That grinding noise?
I don't know. That's a new thing from the station. I don't know what you guys been doing. We used to be okay, but now the grinding will just be coming in.
Well, I think they can mute once they're not on here.
That Aaron Kuben messed this thing up. Folks, we want to say welcome to everybody. We're going to have a wonderful show today. Gibson Jerry is coming back, obviously. We're waiting on him. We got 22 more clips to play. Once he show a face, we'll play more. Anytime Gibson show face, we'll play 2 or 3 of his clips. Fagon will be joining us. We want to announce to every one of you, thank you.
What are you trying to do now? With the Gibson? Why you gotta be showing Gibson tips?
Gibson are my friend.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Gibson are my friend.
I was thinking you were to do the different tips, so.
Oh, thank God you wasn't here. That's good. And Remy will be joining us. Fagon is coming. Which one of the sisters coming? Mempe. And everybody else, we want to say thank you. This is the Spoon Talk. We'll be bringing you information that is so important. We are to bring in Alfred. His name is Alfred Flomo for Grand Bassa. We tried yesterday, we couldn't get him. And I told the guys then that we have to discuss moving forward. But let's have your 2 minutes. What's on your mind? Dr. Richardson, you won already? Let's do this thing real quick.
No, I'm looking looking forward to an interesting show. You know, I was talking earlier with Dwali about how my neutrality is giving people funky fever around here. I'm choosing to be neutral. I don't care what you guys say. I respect your decision to choose whoever you want to choose. But right now, I want us to, when you guys are talking, I would deep inside of how we can make Liberia a better place on a different level, not by choosing sides. So yeah, I'm ready for the show today.
All right, my man, Dwalu, what's up?
Yeah,
what's on your
2 minutes, my 2 minutes. Look, Liberian people, you're listening to me. You're listening to me very carefully. The decision to vote for Omar Boakai will be arguably the best decision you made in your life in the last 6 years. I want you to listen to me very carefully. The contrast between Honorable Boakai and President Weah is so far apart that any attempt to vote for President Weah will be an attempt to endanger your children and the survivability of your country. President Weah is not fit for this position. He's going to destroy this country. He has begun destroying this country. He's destroyed most of the institutions of this country. He's emptied the banks, the central banks across the country. All the commercial banks, they're targeting them. They've begun literally taking things from in these offices. Every single agency in the country, people realize they may not come back to power. They're looting from these places. Our country is dying. President, we must be let go so we can begin fixing this place. And we need you to vote for Honorable Boakai, number one, so we can begin this process. Let's not delay the forward march of Liberia anymore.
Thank you very much. Our brother Dom Fadika.
Well, Doc, it's unfortunate that you chose to remain neutral, but there is no neutrality in this thing. But remaining silent is an indirect way of supporting George Weah, because at the end of the day, we have a country to rescue and we cannot afford to remain silent or neutral. Look, my question is, and you can answer this anytime and in no particular order. What if Mr. Cummings were at this point in this election? And he could well come back around 2029 and be in the same position. Wouldn't you want somebody that is influential to vote for him or to support him? You don't have to answer now, but I want you to think on that. And people, in Liberian voters, do repay people. Similar thing happened in 2017, and we are seeing it happen again. So I know at some point, all of you guys, when I look on social media, I see a lot of you guys attacking, seem to be celebrating, not you in particular, but a lot of those folks, they still have not gotten over what transpired on October 10th. I think you guys can do a post-mortem and try to find out what went wrong. I think what went wrong with folks like the CPP and other political institutions has little or nothing to do with the Unity Party. I think during this election, we're not attacking each other. Our focus was on President Weah. Whatever transpired, it had to do with either some of the things that some of us saw and we voiced out. At some point, I hope you guys can do a self-reflection and at least try to own up to some of the mistakes that were made and correct that. And also, John also can move the thing forward. There are some individuals that have endorsed Ambassador Boakai through all this program. We want to commend them, especially veteran journalist Jonathan P. Lele. I want to commend you. I mean, that is a big win for the Unity Party. The ALP endorsement too, we shouldn't downplay it. Of course, Councillor Gongloe and the entire LPP team. Look, I see more credible voices coming towards the Unity Party. And every day I sit on the platform, I'm more energized and more encouraged to the fact that Ambassador Boakai is going to be inaugurated. Given the caliber of people that I see coming, I see change just right around the corner. So for some of you, we'll be knocking on your door again a few days from now so that you can join this call. Dr. Richardson, if you can come, we will still knock on your door. Even George Weah, we're going to be knocking on George Weah's door. The president must be involved in this thing. If he can't handle it, which we already know he cannot handle this time, we will be inviting him. At least if he can make it short, he said, my people are sorry, I can't do the job. I'll go, then, let the puppet take the thing, we'll accept it. But we'll knock on his door too. But I hope you guys do it for Liberia. It's not about us. It's not about Ambassador Boakai. It is about realizing that our country is at a dangerous crossroad. Never in our nation history have we seen a president presiding over a government with $150 or $100 million worth of drugs coming in the country. Drugs, our children are walking around like zombies. You know, I'll send it back to you, Stanton.
Mommy, can you help us? Your intro.
Yeah, Dr. Richardson, I missed you yesterday, but good to see you today. And you just smiling with your hands to your mouth. I was wondering what was happening. But Martin Luther King said, in these times, we don't look at the words of our enemies, but we look at the silence of our friends when we are being hurt the most. Your country is at a crossroad. You oppose George Weah for 6 years and said he's not good for Liberia. The only good thing to do is to continue to oppose him, even if you cannot endorse George Weah. We see a lot of people from I see a lot of people, a good number of people from your party who believe George Weah was a bad president and he will cost our country and lead our country into chaos. Today, suddenly, they celebrate every good thing about George Weah, even though they've not endorsed him. They celebrate every good thing about him. So it brings me to the question, what were you opposing for the last 5 years? So yes, it's not compulsory to support George. We are only encourage you to continue to oppose what you've been opposing for the last 5 years. To oppose the drugs that have taken over the country, continue to speak against it. The rampant corruption in government and the carelessness of the state and the president, continue to speak about it. You don't have to say I support Joseph Boakai for president. So that's why I would say to you, we will not remember only the words of our enemies, but the silence of our best friends at the time our country is at a crossroad. The children affected by drugs today, looking for somebody to speak for them, looking for somebody to raise their voice about the illegal drugs that are happening in the country, even if the person is not saying vote for Joseph Boakai. Those women who've been raped, those kids who've been destroyed, their future ruined, they're looking for somebody to speak out for them, not necessarily to say I'm supporting Joseph Boakai. Those young girls who go look for jobs, graduate from university, people are exploiting them. They're looking for somebody to just speak for them, not necessarily to speak for Boakai or to say vote for Boakai. So I'm saying this now on the political front, there as a big sister, continue to speak out, continue to engage the process, not as a politician supporting Joseph Boakai, but raise your voice. Somebody somewhere need to hear you and other people talking, other ANC folks talking for them. You will get the reward in the future. I spoke with some people today in Liberia, and it's becoming worrisome. There has been a long-running instruction from the president and people around him that the immigration folks should not enforce immigration regulations, should allow the Fula people, all the other immigrants to do what they're doing. And because of that, the Fula people say, but then we'll vote for George, we haven't registered because he's not asking us for documents. He's not asking us to renew our status. He's not asking us for travel documents, so we'll vote for him. That's one of the ways he's breaking down institutions, only because he wants power. So the Fula people and other people, nobody want to run behind you for document. The government will want to bring is to make sure you get your document easily and fast enough that you can come in less than 2 weeks, get all your documents. Nobody will run behind you. But we don't want a system where it's open and loose. The president will give instruction. Say, don't bother them, don't ask them, because I want them to support me to be president. That's just another example of how he's breaking down these institutions, only because he wants power. And power not to use it to develop, but power to use it to destroy and empower himself. Stanton is back to you.
And again, you just gave me a few minutes of your time.
Yep.
Okay. I want to start off by addressing you, Fadiga. You asked me a question about what if Mr. Cummings was at this point in the race, which means that he was, going for the second round. Would I want someone like you or Mame or Dwalu or Stendhal?
Ambassador Boyka,
That's not what the question. How you pose the question to me? You ask me what if.
You asking me, but I just put Ambassador Boyka.
But stop. Let it. That.
You ask me, and because it's a fair question. I think you asked me, and you and I had a conversation about merit based on this show before, and I continue to tell you that my support for Mr. Cummings wasn't about just Mr. Cummings. It was about what he had to offer to the country. And my way of convincing people or convincing in Liberia is, what can a leader offer to the country? Well, how can you put the path of development in a way that is going to help Liberia? That's the question, and that's what I tell Liberians. I'm not just going to be voting for somebody just because I want to vote for them, Fadiga. You also asked me, maybe it's a period that I need to decide or worry about what's wrong with the CPP. And this, maybe you may be right. Maybe is it possible that my neutrality has nothing to do with who's in a race? Maybe I am questioning what is wrong with the CPP or what is right about the CPP. What can we offer for our country? So maybe that's what I'm going through. But many of you want to chuck it up to, oh, it's about Buckeye or it's about Weah. No, it's not like that. That's how I make decisions. I take a step back, reflect before I move forward. I've seen a lot. I've heard a lot. I've been exposed to meetings. I've been in positions where people were in power around me. I have experienced a lot. I'm not impressed by all of those things. My general goal has been, what can we do for Liberia, okay? On this app, the abuse that I received from everybody, I'm so glad that my eating pain is not in their homes, because otherwise I'll have a good diet plan. I'll be skinnier than I am right now. So, but it doesn't bother me. I just want a better Liberia. And so, my man, he was talking about me opposing Weah. But he forget to remember that I wasn't just opposing Weah on this app. I was opposing both Weah and Buckeye on this app. And I would speak about that as it relates to how can we make our country better. That's my only qualm. Yes, George Weah is not my cup of tea. I started off, he considered himself a leader. He leaves the country. He said he was bringing teachers. We didn't see the teacher, the school system is a mess. The healthcare system, people, every time I go to Liberia, I didn't tell you guys because I'm sure you're tired of hearing my story. I lost, my sister-in-law died. She's been buried today in Liberia. This last time I went. Remember when I was there in January? My brother, my mother's youngest child, Charlie, lost his daughter because she had malaria and they injected her with something, okay? Then after that I went, my husband lost a niece. He had to go back right away for the funeral because they couldn't, she had stomach problem and they took her to a clinic. The clinic said, go to JFK. They had her ride a motorbike on to JFK. Imagine having stomach problem, they have you ride. And this last time, I lost my sister-in-law again. She had been longer in this family, the Richardson family, than I was. And, so all these different things going on. I don't talk about it, but again, my discernment, my choice for neutrality sometimes may have nothing to do with who's in the first round, who's in the second round. Go ahead, Don Fabia.
Dr. Richardson, when was the last time you spoke with Madam Salif?
I think actually when we're in Liberia with the Spoon TV crew. Why did you ask that question? Of course, it's not going to go free.
I reserve it. Stand up taking my time. Stand up telling me I'm going to use my time. So I'll answer later.
Yeah, man, because you'll try to get all this thing. We got some national issue, Dwadu. I'm hearing folks, I don't know, unconfirmed report. They have built a case against Liberia for sanction on some individual, Dwadu.
Correct.
I'm really concerned before we even move to the next thing. Maybe you know better than I do, or Mame, that with this, if this is true, folks, these are some names I'm seeing over here that is scary, Dwadu.
Well, it's not. It's not something. If whether it's this is true, it's expected. The question should be how many people. In fact, the Americans have been saying this for a very, very long time, given the way President Weah has governed the country. So, to most of our people who don't follow these things with the fine comb that we do, this is why we come to you and tell you what is happening to your country and the danger that is coming to your country. Look, when the American ambassador Michael McCarthy was leaving Liberia, this is what he said to Liberia. We've told you who was actually killing Liberians with their actions and their negligence in leadership. He was speaking directly to President Weah and the CDC-led administration. We have shown you who's taking your healthcare money, who's not building you roads, who's killing the educational system and the job creation prospect in this country. If you do not listen to us and you maintain this leadership in power, you will lie down in the bed that you've made. The Americans are going to protect their interest. Liberia will face the consequences of our decision. So when you elect somebody like Natana Miguel, if you maintain somebody that President Weah, who is bringing hundreds of millions of dollars worth of drug into the country, making our country a conduit for drug stop into Europe, when you have a man that's literally taking all the resources in the country for himself, the Americans are mad. You know, Liberians have this tendency by screaming, "Oh, we're a sovereign country." No, sovereignty implies you're able to take care of yourself in almost every way imaginable. When we get a cassava leaf, we baking, hold it, then we talk about we serving. I go to the president, every day I eat. Then I say, don't tell him I'm being it. I think they can't hold. The Americans are piling up these sheets. They are waiting. They don't want to give an appearance of interfering with our elections. But they're saying that this is what I'm appealing to every presidential candidate in the race to join the Baka team. Stay consistent with your message. Your message that this man has not governed this country properly. He's broken down the systems that should be protecting us. You have to join the rescue team, because if you don't join the rescue team, that means your intentions was actually not right for Liberia. Anybody who was in the opposition, who is not willing to maintain their consistency, I'm not suggesting that you just have to support on the boycott. I'm suggesting for you to maintain your own consistency. That you say President Weah was not good for this country. There should be nothing that sways your decision because you said this repeatedly that this man is bad for this country. Honorable Cummings gave President Weah a red card. He said President Weah was a danger to the evolution of Liberia. President Weah is a man that's destroying this country. He's bad for this country. There is no freaking way that Honorable Cummings, what we're hearing, will support President Weah. That means he's going against his own ideas of leadership that he's proposed in the past. Stanton, I'll give that to you.
Yeah, let me bring in Mame. Mame, can you help us? What are you hearing about this sanctions report coming down again?
It's not strange. We know that there are even some private individuals in Liberia, private business individuals in Liberia, that the government been using to divert state resources, government being using their consultancy or other firms to serve as shield for the transaction of different illegal deals. So it's good that we're getting the sanction news. It's good that we're hearing it. We're looking forward to seeing it. It will help other Liberians who are still sitting on the fence, other people who are still not sure that George Weah has lost international legitimacy because of his action, not because anybody is against him, but just because of his own action. Those are things we hope will inform other people who are considering and having discussion with George Weah, and say, let's have discussion like the ANC and other political parties that are Clarence Maluba, who still want to have discussion with George Weah and understand whether he's able to implement, some of their agenda. I think the sanction and other action will remind them that this is not a character to keep talking to and having discussion on about implementing your agenda. I saw Mr. Kumi talk about fighting corruption as one of the issues. I heard him talk about gender issues. He been in the country over 6 years. He saw George Weah did not speak to any major gender issues in the country. Mr. Cummings, I know him on record, consistently spoke about gender issues. Consistently. For 6 years, the man couldn't do it. At the time, he needed you most to support him. You think he would do it when he on his way, potentially on his way out? You can discuss with him. So maybe the sanction will put them in a position to realize that, oh, but that man will keep talking too. Has a lot of people around him that international actors are considering to be unsafe for their territory. So let's pull back. We're looking forward to that, but good news are coming up. These are sanctions. Presidential candidates are supporting and endorsing Vice President Weah. Today, one presidential candidate in person of Alex, what is his last name? Alexander
Colley.
Alexander Colley endorsed the rescue train. We are moving. People are joining on board, not because they want job, but only because they don't want to see George Weah destroy the country. They want an opportunity where after 6 years they can come back and compete for power on ideas. And nobody will be asking them how many streets you build, how many hospitals you build. They'll be telling them how well can you improve the system and the institution to solve our problem. And they'll be giving their ideas, they'll be giving their suggestions, they'll be giving their proposals, and Liberians will be listening. So yes, people are coming on board. One presidential candidate on board already. Hopefully, we're looking to several of them and calling on Mr. Cummings and other people. Stop discussing with Weah. He did not listen to you for 6 years. All the policy proposals you made, he ignored them. He did not speak to you. What made you believe he has the capacity or the willingness to implement some of your agenda? Your home is with us. Not because Weah is the best, but because you have people around him who can listen. You have a character who himself can listen. Come, let us work together and prevent this Weah, and then going forward, we can decide on the future of our country.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Mempe. Mempe, this issue about what we're hearing about sanction. Talk to us. Welcome.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon to all of our panelists. Good afternoon to all of our lawyers, phone followers. CEO, I have not read it, but I can tap into what you guys are discussing. I believe sanctions are meant for negative things, to prohibit them. And the government is in the seat right now. So if there are threats of sanction, or if there are news looming about sanctions, it will be in the right direction, because we have to hold people accountable. And this just reaffirms what the new ambassador designated to Liberia said, the new U.S. ambassador, that this government has failed. They've made recommendations that have not been taken seriously. And this is why we are where we are today. My colleagues before me couldn't have said it better, that you are at a crossroad where you have a strong, very, very strong opposition candidate. And when I say very strong, I want all of our supporters to listen to what I mean. This is the first time in the history of our country for an opposition to outperform a government. An opposition leader that is not rich, that does not have resources, with everything ganging against him, he ran a tough campaign. You look at the numbers, 0.44% difference. There is one thing we know. We are the opposition. The Unity Party did not receive one vote by accident or by cheating. All of their votes were legitimately, if not reduced, they earned those votes. If anybody was helped with votes, it's the CDC. So to be neck to neck with them, it signals a win for the opposition. While we go out there and tap into other genuine opposition votes. I say genuine because if you are opposition, you are going to be an opposition. You are going to vote opposition. We are getting the vibe from those we are talking to in the opposition, door to door at the grassroots levels, party, and middle organization level. They are saying we are part of the opposition. We are going to vote opposition. Like my brother Mame said today, you saw the endorsement of Alexander Colley, or presidential candidate Reverend Colley. We want to say thank you. We salute you. You are not only a man of God, you are not just a reverend, you are a true statesman, you are a true opposition. You lending your support, moral, spiritual, physical, whatever, financial support to the rescue mission means a lot to our people. And we want our people to know the path to winning is so easy. We protect our votes. We keep everything we have. Our voters are still going to vote for us. We're tapping into new votes. We are strengthening the system, and we know definitely it's going to be a victory for us. So we're calling upon, like you said, Mr. Cummins, you're in the opposition. You've been there for 12 years. You oppose this government. For about 6 years, yeah, 6 years, you oppose this government. You say that this government is not the kind of leadership you want in your country. You've known VP Boycott. It's easy. And if anyone at this point will want to put them on a scale to equate them, and then you say you will go to the CDC, it's just two motives. Why everybody else may not want money, the filthy generosity going out there, it still speaks to maybe you want self. Because when the LPP met for Councillor Gongloe and others to take decision, we were privileged to know what happened there. When people told him support Weah, not because you want money, but because it improves your chances in 2029. Because he has just one more term. And the most honorable thing Councillor Gongloe did, he said, this is not about me and my 2029 ambition, aspiration, or chances. This is about the country I do not want to see Weah preside over because he has not been a good president. Let us decide for what's good for our country now, void of my future ambitions. And that's how political leaders should be thinking. What is good for my country now? Now who victory puts me in a better position in 2029? Who try need to honor court at the detriment of our country? We are asking people to think patriotically and make that decision for your country, for yourself, and for your children. So I just want to welcome everyone on board. Tell people that there's room on the train. Let me send shout out to a very strong ANC supporter who said now we are in the second round, and because I'm an opposition, I support the opposition without anybody telling me. And Michelle London, I want to say thank you for coming on board. I want to say thank you to Dolakia say for coming on board. Those are strong opposition people from the CPP. They are all coming on board because they are truly members of the opposition bloc. You are welcome. We want to remember the honorable and respected journalist Jonathan Pelele from Nimba County, a renowned journalist. He is saying he lent his support, his endorsement, and his preference to the rescue ticket. So we want to welcome him on board. We want to say these are exciting news for us. When we see people like Jonathan Pelele coming on board, we are tapping into the character. We are tapping into the confidence that it instills in people that this is a good ticket, that this is a better option for the people of Liberia. So thank you, and let's come on board. Remember to vote number 1. This time is number 1. We're doing door-to-door awareness. You all as missionaries of the rescue mission, tell everybody it's number 1. Tell everybody the 2 men at the top of the ticket is number 1. Show everybody how to vote, and let us be done in 2 weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It looked like I went off. Somebody not doing good. We're talking about Sanction and they're chasing us. But listen, though, this thing is scary, Dr. Richardson. I know you have not spoken yet, but this Sanction thing is scary. I can confirm right now.
See, or can you share with me anything you have on it?
No. I'm not allowed to share with you. No, I can't share with you. But I got a list, right? And Mame, I know I'll put it in the chat room, guys, because it's open, it's public. I will share with you guys. Names that on that list is scary. Yakezi, check your voice up. We got to play something. But let's hear from Dr. Richardson on the Sanction issue, Doctor. You have not spoken yet, please. Let me see if I can bring Mamulu in. Dr. Richardson, please.
I don't have any information on the sanction, and hopefully if you share with me, I'll be able to comment on it.
No, the general question, Dr. Richardson, now, is it an important time? Why would be sanction now? Election is second round on the 14th. Who would benefit? Give us some general overview if it is a sanction, because I do believe what I'm receiving, it is right now approved. But If Sanction is coming in the country and Sanction is in the country, then what next from our sources?
Well, it depends. It depends who is being sanctioned. That's something that we have to look out for. I also believe, something that Dwalu said, the American government tends to be very calculative in how to put people under sanction. They may not want to interfere in our sovereignty right now, but eventually they're going to sanction individuals, and they move into sanctioning individuals as opposed to the country because they have actually mentioned not wanting the entire country to suffer like in the past how we did when they kind of sanctioned the country that we couldn't sell our timber or we couldn't sell our gold. Now they're looking at individuals. Um, I'm up in the air with this because I don't have a lot of information, but we know there are certain people in the government right now that have been placed on, not in the government, in the past, well, yeah, in the government, and that have been sanctioned. Uh, but the whole idea is that they cannot transact business with international companies. Again, maybe America is just gathering her data. Transacting business means that international companies cannot transact business with you if you sanction. So if you're elected in a county or something and you're trying to build schools and you're going to get international companies or American companies to you're transacting business with them to build your school, the American company will most likely look at that. If anyone who gets sanctioned now and they want to transact business, that's going to be a problem. Whatever they're trying to do, there's going to be a problem. So again, they might be slow to act, but they do. The Americans usually act.
Tell Richardson, you really don't know the importance of sanction because everything Jen and I explained, it's like you really want me to say that information before you get even talk. But let me bring in Fadiga and Mr. Dwalu. We're going to welcome Momolu Johnson.
What did you just say?
No, I said you play around with the answer, but I agree. You don't have the document in your hand. What I have, you don't have it. So I agree. But let me bring in Fadiga. Fadiga, talk to us, man. This sanction thing, you got that document, Fadiga. Talk to us.
No, we got that message from the Hill this morning. Honestly, look, it is no secret in Liberia that George Weah and his homeboys are very corrupt. I will read you a statement from the U.S. ambassador, the one that was just appointed, Mark. What is the last name? Turner. He said something. He said, President, we are pledged to hold an election that is peaceful, free, and fair. He said the United States is the largest bilateral donor to Liberia and continue to do so. He said that progress has been eroded by growing lawlessness and corruption within the current administration. He said, if confirmed, I will lead our embassy efforts to hold corrupt government officials accountable and keep Liberia on a path of peace and prosperity. Here is an incoming ambassador that have already indicted this government for corruption. Who in the world doesn't know that George Weah and people are very corrupt? And he says something again, lawlessness. Do you know what it means that your nation is lawless? When Akara's Gray will go and be beating up people, when they're having counter protests and the police have become partisan police, this is what the United States Embassy is talking about. So when I see sanction list, it comes as no surprise that three of the court leaders like McGill and Bill and those people have been sanctioned for corruption. They were charged under the Magnitsky Act. So this is no surprise. It's just what is even concerning is are those names that are on the list. Some of the names are really big names that are very close to the heartbeat of the presidency. And
maybe you guys play around with this thing. Let me.
No, I can just so.
Mr. Momo, can you hear us, Johnson? Can you hear us, Mamadou?
He seemed lost. Can you hear?
The network.
You gotta unmute yourself.
No, it's something ever became out. We can't get anybody but only that sound. Let me finish. My man, I'm feeling here, my man. You feeling bad. You wasting my time bad. You feeling bad. You feeling. No, you got that less info. You wasting my time. No, I can't do this today. No, but you finish. I can't do this. The people want the information. Dwaru, you know what can make me
speak, CEO, speak, CEO, speak, CEO.
Dwaru, you know what can make me mad? These guys ain't got the information to give it to the Liberian people. Then they're holding it to their chest and bluffing. So
Speak,
when we having a
CEO,
show,
speak.
we are having a show to be straight up with Liberians. The people back who don't have access, they depend on Spoon to give them this information. Welcome to the show, Fagon. Mr. Dwadu.
Yeah.
One of the names we saw on that list, and I have it with me. And the individual that's sitting there, I do believe is credible. Jua Howard Taylor name is on the list.
But why is anybody shocked? Why is anybody shocked?
Jefferson Costa is on our list.
No, Fadiga, don't do this. Fadiga, don't do this to us. The one way traffic. No. Fadiga, don't interrupt. Fadiga, don't interrupt. No. Fadiga, stop. Fadiga, stop. Don't do this.
But why you didn't share it with Dr. Richardson? Are we there?
Guys, I will mute all of y'all. My man, y'all stop, man. My man, y'all stop. I will mute all of y'all. Y'all don't do this, man. Y'all stop jumping in the show, man. Let's go in order. You don't put something out of me. These people come on the show every evening, 9, 10, 12,000. Before the night is over, Dwadu, we got 45, 50, 60,000 people, depending on Spoon, for information. Then you get information, you put it to your chest. You want to cherish it.
We gotta verify what's
going on. No, don't interrupt me. I'm not. Listen, man, I'm about to leave you for real. We need to give the people this information.
I'm begging you.
No. Don't tell me not to leave. I will stay. Let me take out my watch.
Why are you begging not to leave? A man who said we were going to do an endorsement on the 26th. Why is somebody even sitting out here?
Y'all tell Fagon my business. Y'all please tell him.
You don't have children. Why are you joining witchcraft?
Y'all please tell Fagon my business.
You got no moral character to tell you.
I do. I went and I pointed my finger and I said I'm supporting the Liberian people. And the Liberian people deserve that support.
So they want the ballot?
Greater than any political party or individual. I'm supporting the Liberian people.
See the other new Apeton.
I am supporting my Kwana in Radita Market.
Okay, Senator Apeton. So why are you doing?
Let me say this.
General support.
General support for the well-being of the Liberian people. But
Senator, you are asking me a question, my man.
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
They named Madam Jua Howard Taylor. I am not scaring anybody. I thought they were done with this woman. I thought they were done with VP Taylor. I'm dead serious. Let's get back on track. Let's stop joking. I thought they were done with VP Taylor. When I saw her name, I'm dead serious. I'm shocked. But talk to me.
Well, Sanction,
okay, go ahead.
Why will you be shocked? Madam Taylor is a crucial part of what is happening in the country. If her name appears, it doesn't shock me. Look, there's been a syndicate, and Madam Taylor sits at the very top of this hierarchical structure. What's happening in the country? The sanctions, look, in Liberia now, President Weah believes that by entirely just sidelining the issue of sanctions, it's going to go away. It's not going away. But what's really baffling is Liberian people, you open your eyeball. You always suffer the consequences of sanction more if President Weah is maintained as opposed to letting him go. We have to give the American chance to address this issue. Head on. The issue of sanctions coming to Liberia is over. Memi says something, and I want to stress this. He said international legitimacy. Sometimes people say, oh, international people, we don't care about them. Let me tell you something. Everything that is done in Liberia, because we do not produce anything, we do nothing that elevates the country. We depend on international goodwill for everything. International legitimacy does matter. And under President Weah, we are losing this. We've lost the 50% of our international goodwill across the country, across the globe, rather. How are we supposed to change this? How are we supposed to improve upon it when President Weah himself does not care about it? More of his officials are getting sanctioned without any recourse. He does not care. He wouldn't care less about it. As the hammer decides to come down, it's going to fall on Mankebe, that Sanction generally supports. It's going to fall on Omen Fata, that Sanction generally supports. It's going to fall down on Mr. Cully, all the way in Banga. The issue to make sure that hammer doesn't fall on you, you have to remove the people that are bringing this mess to your country. If we're going to grow, President Weah has to go. Stanton.
I would say this to you. Mommy, come in and talk to us. This is scary by the minute. They need Vice President Joa Howard Taylor, former First Lady, Republic of Liberia, former Senator, Republic of Liberia. They need Vice President Joa Howard Taylor that was put on restriction. Folks, this is not a joke. That she couldn't travel to America only as per condition. Now her name is coming, that sanction will be attached. Then we must sit down and polish it and joke. So now I want to ask you, Mommy, what would be the reason why you think they are now pointing to put Joa Howard Taylor on sanction? Not visa restriction, directly sanction, hitting her so hard. Why do you think they're going to put her on sanction? You're muted, Mommy.
In September of 2022, Vice President Joa Howard Taylor addressed a press conference. And here is exactly what she said. Sanction will not affect our re-election. She was referring to the sanction from the greatest country in the world, America. The sanction that was placed on McGill and Petroleum. She was saying the sanction will not affect their re-election. When America was begging, practically begging, if you listen to the ambassador, he said, we are here, we have not received, whether formally or informally, any request for evidence of those we have sanctioned. The government have made no request, whether formally or informally. But the president released a music and described the United States sanction as a political sanction. Sandra, maybe one day today or so, if somebody can find it, play that music. The U.S. ambassador said, America is not involved into doing political sanction. We have evidence to prove, but the government have not requested those pieces of evidence from us. So it's not strange. The second reason, this guy they call Royal Gold, who was caught with Liberia diplomatic passport and arrested in America for money laundering, terrorist financing, and drugs, turned out to be, his name is Sheikh Bashiru, turned out to be a close ally to the president, to the vice president. They have pictures together. The internal investigation show exchanges of emails and personal communication. That's how they describe it between the two. It's not strange to me. Beyond Sheikh Bashiru, the other guy from Nigeria who was caught with Liberia diplomatic passport in the trade of drugs were also directly linked to the office of the vice president. It's not strange, because America knows that these people in possession of diplomatic passport are using diplomatic passport to have easy access to undermine America's interest in other places. They're using Liberia diplomatic passport to give them free access to trade their drugs, to do their money laundering, to finance terroristic activities. And each time, every time the U.S. identified these people, arrested them, provided evidence to government, the government has taken no action on them. The president constituted a committee to investigate. It's over 2 years, no outcome of that investigation. So it's not strange that people in possession of diplomatic passport arrested in the act of money laundering, terrorist financing, and drugs trade directly linked to the vice president. It wouldn't be surprising to me to see that the U.S. government is angry that even though they have provided evidence, the president has taken no action, but the vice president, even though has not taken action, but 3 of those linked with the diplomatic passport and drugs trade and terrorist financing are directly linked to the vice president. I wouldn't be surprised because of those connections and those circumstances. In her own statement, that sanction will not stop our re-election. I will not be surprised.
Fagon, Mame would not be surprised, but the issue is that this is a forward-moving train. The election going second round, November 14. The information we receive, and it has been confirmed by folks from Washington, D.C., that it is done. Now, I will read this to my people. Eduardo, why you running? I will read this to my people. The decision was taken long time, for God, based on the rule of law, impunity, lack of justice, and also the TRC full implementation, finally corruption. I'm not saying it. Our sources from Washington, D.C. sharing this information with us. They have completed. The information is confirmed. It is sealed. It has been given to those responsible to make the announcement. These decisions were taken, now listen, solely based on the rule of law, impunity, lack of justice, and the TRC full implementation and corruption. First on the list, as we are all seeing, if you have access to this, Madam Joa Howard Taylor, way back down the line, she was put on visa restriction. Our sources receiving information that she first on the list to be put on sanction. Before you speak, when this man went for his confirmation hearing, the new ambassador, let's play exactly what he said. We will give you the chance to speak, Fagon.
The United States is the largest bilateral donor to Liberia, with more than $5 billion in bilateral assistance since 2003. That assistance has paid concrete dividends in the economic, education, security, and public health sectors. But that progress has also been heavily eroded by growing lawlessness and corruption within the current administration. If confirmed, I will lead our embassy's efforts to hold corrupt government officials accountable and keep Liberia on a path to self-reliance so that ordinary Liberians can see the benefits of private sector growth and accountable government. And the country remains the United States' most steadfast partner.
Talk to me, Fagon. The man even take said yet. They've been talking about bringing everything down on George Weah government. We'll play the other piece of this clip. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Spoon Talk. Share this, invite your friends. Let's have some serious conversation. Fagon, talk to me.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to Dr. Francine, Gongloe, and the rest of the distinguished gentlemen, including my friend and brother Gibson Jeru, who for some reason thought my departure was linked to him. But you, Stanton, being my witness, know that I did not even see him. Yeah, that whole thing. But you know, Stanton, let me say this to you. Yeah, what you heard him say before you cut the video off. The country remains the United States most what? Steadfast partner. We are bordered by Sierra Leone that has been condemned because of electoral fraud. We are bordered by Guinea that has a military government. We're bordered by Ivory Coast that has trouble all the time, even now with the French authorities. But more so, we are part of a sub-regional basin that plays host to countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Chad. All of those areas seem to be trouble hotspots, and it appears to be going down the road of an inheritance to Wagner. So America's only baby and dependable ally in the region, apart from Senegal and others that are purely French or British colony, there's only one little town that the United States can look up to in the event of a global crisis, that they can sit in and feel comfortable, and their soldiers can know that they can go to any home and eat potato green without looking over their backs. In fact, as their soldiers sleep, the Liberians will keep guard. That's why he said, the country being the United States' most steadfast partner. But what we see happening is the total disrespect and disregard for our father. We always refer to the United States as our founding father. We met Big Muff all the time. But if you look in this constitution, I challenge anybody. This is the Liberian constitution. Look on the first page for us to say this is our constitution. It will give you the history of this constitution where it makes specific mention of the ACS, which is the American Colonization Society. How can we run? Come back to the issue of sanction. Mambe lay out everything. But there is always a primary cause or an immediate cause for an action. But sometimes these actions can be building up. Stanton, let me tell you where the Americans actually gave up on Joel. And Joel, if you're listening to me, I gave you a warning that you did not listen to. All of you, I want you to refresh your memories quickly. When there was a confusion as to whether the NPP and the LPDP was going to sign the coalition document on the night before, everybody here remember that incident. Did money change hands? Yes. Did people become disgruntled? Stand on, when you don't listen, not listening, I'll pause.
But we got the text messages and we got a clip. We play it yet.
And even the recordings. And then, but you could clearly see, Barney said, no, I'm not taking the money. Mr. Secretary General, I'll call him Peter. Andrew Peters, who was stepped to run against Bill Twawe, stepped down because I'm money follow his eyeball. He was given the job at National Identification Registry, NIR. We saw Alex Tyler walk away from it. James Barney walk away from it. Bose Koli Toke follow his truck. Then who went there to see whether they were really dividing money? Sam Jackson. And he said, I can talk, I will talk. Sam Jackson, then they say, Sam Jackson coming back to Sam. No, Sam Jackson really wanted to know whether you were sharing money. And yes, Siri Allen name pop up. Bose Koli had the money in the back of his truck. All his officials, blah, blah, blah. The Americans look at them and say, these people are not ready. We sanction people for pay to play. And it's almost like an open challenge. Then the president says sanctioning mean nothing. Then the sanction officials say, oh, but you took us from the appointed positions where we made, hear me and hear me well, where we made limited decision that could be overturned by the president by virtue of the executive branch. Now, America, we are going to openly defy you and believe in our people to give us elected position. Here is the second thing that happened. When Bill Twawe went to Riverside, the game play with Andrew Peters. When Miguel went to Magibi, the game play with Sagboli and others. The Americans said, okay, now that you people have defied us, let us show you what we're worth. What you see coming out now is a direct action from the United States to preempt what is to come if the election is stolen on November 14th. That is what you are seeing happening right now. Because the U.S. is not joking. America knows that Joseph Boakai won the first round clean and clear, and that he was cheated. He was cheated. Kumi said it. I said it. You said it. Everybody else said it. So who needs to come and talk? So at the end of the day, what is about to come? And I'm hearing that people in Liberia right now are already rejoicing. They are saying, Grandpa coming for you. Grandpa coming for you. That is the song they're singing. Grandpa coming for you. And they cannot wait to jump into the streets any day when the announcement.
Let me pause you. I want to give you another 30 seconds because I got to bring in the rest of the guys. I got to bring in Gibson. Welcome to our show, brother Gibson.
Any day,
but Fago, let me show you this. Folks are now sending information. This is from Liberia, right? This is from Page, Africa. Someone just sent this to me from DC and said, you remember this? From Obi Kubana to Sheikh Baziru, how VP Taylor gets involved with suspected hardcore money launderers. Again, in the midst of money launderers, this is concerning. 30 seconds to you, for God. We have the recording that you just requested for. We are uploading them. When they were talking about the money that was left on VP Taylor living room. And people say, I don't want that money. I don't want that money. We got to record it. We must play it. But now her name is on the sanction list. The next person will be going to, ladies and gentlemen, what we receive, don't hold us. We gave you information. Abache name is on the list likewise.
Purported list. Let's use purported. Let's use purported.
Purported list. Yeah, purported list. Whatever you want to term it. Thank you.
Yeah.
But again, that list that was sent to us, about the whole thing about sanction, for God say I'm going to use purported, blah, 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 whatever it may be. But let me ask you, for God, the importance of this information, May 10, 2022, this was written by Leonard Dodu. Talk to us about this importance and other information we'll be sharing with folks tonight. I am shocked because you know why? I thought they were trying to remove VP Taylor from a list of visa restriction. Not new, the proprietary list, they are adding her there now on full sanction. Again, this
they may endorse anybody, so the hardcore them come for it.
Yeah, I think Stanton is close in there. But I think Jerome was next. Yeah, Jerome speak away.
I need to tell
No, I beg you. I interrupted Fagon. I was giving him 10 more seconds to speak on this newspaper. Please. Yeah, but man, put them chasing me back. I don't know.
Look, Stanton, I don't care what any one of y'all say here. Me, the day America say, hey, you Fagon, going to pay for 1 day. I will say, I'm sorry, I'm going to pay for 7. I don't challenge authority. One thing you can never do, let's talk so. Look at that person looking at me before you can be challenging. No, you're by your small authority that will challenge you any day. But the United States looks after baby Liberia. Look how the United States is looking after Israel. When you have your dad, you have your freedom, you can do what you want to do. But sometimes, for God in heaven's sake, when your dad said the way you are treating my grandchildren, I don't like it, and you keep doing it, you guys are parents. Sometimes your grandparents will come to the house, take the children from there, and go take care of them. What you see in Liberia, can you imagine? You were sanctioned. America said they don't expect you to run. But your government did not request any evidence, care less about anything, and this government openly and defiantly went against the United States. Convince me that the United States is not justified in showing this government what teeth she has to bite. Convince me. Now they're done with the Minister of State, they're going to the Vice President. When they are done with the Vice President, Dr. Francine is a teacher. She now will conclude. After the Minister of State, they go to the Vice President. After the Vice President, Dr. Francine will tell you who next. It's up the ladder. Now, because the guy was done with the Minister of State, now you see the pro tem name there. Ask me why the pro tem name got there. Because the pro tem 2 months ago, Fadiga, you can remember, openly challenged the United States, knowing fully well that he is in charge of all of our mining sector. He gave, Stanton, this man can give everything. From mining claim to who a mine where and what they should mine. He's in charge of the whole lands and mines. The United States is fully aware of that. So he openly challenged the U.S. And now the U.S. is coming down hard on him. If all of our officials are sanctioned, by extension, our government is sanctioned. If your officials, the people who run your country, cannot come to the U.S., your country is sanctioned. If nobody can do business with them, your country is sanctioned. If they cannot do anything because they are sanctioned, Then
Thank you,
our people
Fagon.
suffer. My 30 seconds is up. I am telling you, America will show this government that when we say move, you move.
Thank you, folks. We are playing different clips from the ambassador, the incoming ambassador. I think he took over already. We are playing this clip. We will go back to our sanction list. The list is juicy. It got ingredients. It got substance. Reason why they are putting these folks on sanction. Liberians, I want you to understand. I will tell you when they call the name, which one of this name I'm surprised. I am surprised at Madam Taylor because I was hearing that she was doing everything to be removed from the visa restriction. Now the list that is out there, the purported list, I'm going to write this on the screen and just leave it there forever. I don't like pronouncing that word over and over. But again, we just want to say, understand that is shocking. When we open the phone line, you should tell why you're not surprised. If you hear that Madam VP will be on sanction, why you're not surprised? As painful as it may be with this discussion, I still have to go to Gibson Sure. You know, as painful as it will be, I still got to go to Gibson. Yeah, Gibson. Gibson, talk to us. Welcome to the show, man.
As painful as it will be.
Yeah, man.
Yesterday you eviscerated me, today a little bit.
Yeah, but
listen, I'm not really worried about VP Boaka because Falcon said, Fadika said.
In that Boaka, the session we talk about that Joel Taylor.
Joel Taylor, not Boaka, sorry.
Yeah, but that Joel Taylor.
You don't start again. I get part two for you.
But why you not worried about her though? Why?
Falcon said, Don Fadiga said, Nepa Gono said, Dualu said that the VP didn't have anything to do. So we shouldn't blame the VP for anything. They can go ahead and sanction Joel Howard Taylor. So Lord George Weah is now sanctioned. George Weah is going to win this election. Let me say one more thing.
Oh, no. Yeah, I beg you, be clear. I beg you. So you are celebrating at the sanction.
Yeah, we got a woman out from the Southeast.
No, God, hold on a minute. You are celebrating at the sanction.
Because you and others told us that the VP got no part to play with the presidency. That the VP is nominal, the VP is non-effectual, so we shouldn't blame Joseph Boakai for his VP role. Therefore, VP Taylor is insignificant to this debate. We are looking at George Weah as the president. I'm just telling you what you said yesterday. Just yesterday, you said it, that we shouldn't blame Boakai for any VP role. It's not important to early government. It's not important to his anything at all. Now you come back today, VP Taylor issue is a big issue. No, it's not a big issue to me.
We're talking about image, not role.
Stop interrupting. I'm begging you, please. I don't want him to continue too long. I'm begging you. Go ahead, Gibson.
When you interrupt me, you gotta give my minute back. Okay, I 3 months, 1 minute back. Look, I just want to say something. The American government, they have people-to-people diplomacy. Mm-hmm. In the last 20 years or so, the American government has changed its diplomacy from government to people-to-people diplomacy. Therefore, U.S. government will criticize government, but they will deal with the people. That's how they have been behaving over the years. Just think about United States government giving $6 billion to Iran. After they don't like Iran, they criticize Iran, but they give that money back on prisoner swap. Look at how America deal with Syria. Even though they just struck Syria militant just 2 days ago, but America has Syria as one of their major allies on the people-to-people diplomacy. So the U.S. government can criticize the president, can criticize any government, but what they do this as a means of sending a caveat that they will be watching you. And Joshua is aware of that. He has gone through that. They did it to Samuel Doe, they did it to Taylor, they did it to Ellie, they're doing it to Joshua now. And if anybody become president after Joshua, it will not change. So, but what we should look at is the mathematics that Joshua is creating right now. to beat Boakai to the election. It's more important than American diplomat coming and criticizing George Weah administration.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me ask you a quick question, and please just stick before I go to Eduardo and Dr. Richardson. So it's okay that owner George Weah, his vice president, it's okay to say that, well, we just don't care because it's Joel. Would this not have a serious effect on George Weah government?
No, it's not that it's not important, but just as it's not important that Prince Johnson is a sanctionee is with Joseph Boakai, and you are celebrating him. It's the same way if Joe Taylor is sanctioned. You have several sanctionees with Boakai right now. They are campaigning with him, and you don't have any problem with that.
So my issue is that so Boakai have, if you want to use that line, Prince Johnson, but Joe Weah got McGill, Seaforth, Bill Twawe, and Van Shema. So that 41 now.
Those people were dismissed from they were removed from the government. He no longer has them.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're not going to squeeze you. We're not going to squeeze you. The time coming for us to play on your video. So let's pause you for a minute.
Mr. Video, let me respond to the video.
Yes. Today you will respond. Thank you, right. Mr. Dwalu. Let's stick with this sanction issue, though. How important it is, and how dangerous it is, that Gibson can say it's okay that the vice president of the Republic of Liberia under George Weah, it's fine if you guys put her on sanction. They really don't care.
You know, what I'm going to say is I try not to dwell on Mr. Gibson's positions too much because it takes away from the messaging for Honorable Boakai. But I will say this to Brother Gibson because his intention is a singular to make sure it's a lot of noise so we don't focus on what we intend to do. First of all, nobody said Honorable Boakai was nominal in Ellen Johnson's administration. What was said was the buck stopped with the president. She made the ultimate decision. Now, if you're likening criminal decisions done by people who are being sanctioned to official decisions, then I'm kind of confused as to whether you understand the totality of the issue here, Gibson. What I would tell you here about these sanctions official, these were decisions they were making outside the confine. You're calling other people's name. I don't want to dwell on that. President Weah has a mantle of leadership. He controls the national purse. He makes national decisions. He's selling our passports. He's sanctioning things within the confines of the country. Lawlessness, the rule of law, corruption. He's breaking down every institution. This is what the Americans are focused on. President Weah has the mantle to fix this, and he has refused to fix it. In fact, many believe he's an active participant in these decisions to actually exploit the country. This is where the focus is. So when we are talking about sanctions, we are talking about things that are affecting the country now. It's not something Gates just want to say, you pull the apple, pull orange, and then he blend all together, say, I'm making juice. We want to focus on apple and address apple, and focus on orange and address orange. The issue of sanctioning law, I will continue to stress this to my Liberian people. Sanctions that I'm playing tall, you get affected heavily. Whether the Americans stay 20 years, 50 years, the Americans are telling you very clearly, President Weah is not the person to lead you because he's destroying the country. If you want Liberia over the last, since 2005, the American ambassador did say this, and I want you to listen. The Americans have spent over $5 billion United States dollars into Liberia. That money may not continue to come. Hospitals across the country, the government has defunded most of the clinics across the country. The Americans were actually funneling money towards those clinics. They are going to stop them. That means more kids are going to die in childbirth. Most of our mothers are going to die in childbirth. There will be more Zogos in the country because the social programs from the American organization are going to be stopped. Not just the Americans, but the Europeans. Every time the Americans sanction an official, the Europeans themselves will also sanction you, even if it may not be officially, but they will deny you access to their markets as well. So President Weah is bad. These sanctions are serious. Do not allow Gibson to make it appear that I'm playtime. This is a serious matter. President Weah is a burden to you. You have to let him go yesterday. Stanton.
Man, this thing is getting harder every day. Dr. Richardson, this thing about the sanction, when we go down the list, Liberian would be surprised. People are like walking dead in the country. Some of them, maybe they would not even serve the term as senators or representative. what is on the list, and people say don't talk about Gibson. Gibson is representing CDC here, but to hear that it's okay. The aunt Jewel, Enter Jewel. Hey man, Dr. Richardson.
I just want to state that I don't have any information with the sanctions. So maybe when it's put in the chat room, I will get to see it. So I'm just speaking about sanction in general. I hold the government of Liberia, I hold the legislature, I hold the people of Liberia responsible for any consequences that we will suffer as a result of sanction. First, anytime a government uh, don't investigate when the United States government recommends to them that, hey, we are censoring these individuals, you just take it for a joke. You don't take it seriously. You are actually saying that, we don't care. You are actually supporting lawlessness, as was stated earlier before by the Americans. You are supporting the lack of accountability in a government, any government for that matter. In the legislature, I hold them responsible because they sit there with sanctioned individuals and don't question them. Don't ask them how have they violated the code of conduct or any conflict of interest laws. They don't do that. They work with them, complacently. You should be questioning your colleagues. You should be holding your colleagues responsible. When they come in there, like Bonnie Sherman and Prince Johnson, should have been questioned. Why were they in your company? What did they have to offer? Especially when they were when they were sanctionees. And the Liberian people, you just elected sanctionees. What does that say about our country? What does that say about us? We also are saying to the American people, we don't care. We're going to elect sanctionees. But you know what? There's the one thing that I keep on saying, that the American Maliciously Act says you cannot act business with sanctionees. Let me see how these sanctionees will contract with international companies to build hospitals in your region, to build schools, or to build businesses in your region. That's what I like to see, and that's what I have to say about that.
Mepet, and then Abula Mambe, you will take us home. We got to call the rest of the names of folks we are saying on this purported list. Mepet, talk to us.
Thank you, CEO. And I know sometimes when people talk about sanction, people just think, oh, maybe we will not travel, and if you have a lot of money and you got people abroad, it doesn't mean a lot, but it does mean a lot. I'm just reading where Zimbabwe said it lost in excess of 150 billion to sanction. They were recently sanctioned by the EU and countries like America. They were sanctioned by EU and countries like America because of election rigging. And when that happened, it did not only affect them, it affected the entire region. Sanctions have consequences. It may be whether it's travel, whether it creates the environment where investors are not coming, whether it damages your reputation abroad, there are consequences to that. You do not want a government that has most of its officials, especially high ranking like the vice president, being sanctioned. And I know Gibson tried to draw a weak analogy when we talk about the constitutional role of the VP, and we talk about the passive nature of that role in terms of what our constitution prescribes. But the VP should still be a person above reproach and a person with good ethical standing. So it does matter if our vice president has international sanctions. If that is the case, it's worrisome. This is why we've encouraged our people to vote number one. Support Joseph Yima Boyka and Honorable Jeremiah Kuhn so that we change the system. I have a long list, CEO, I keep forgetting. Now I want to recognize again and tell all of our people to celebrate the National Executive Committee of the All Liberian Party, Chairman Theodore Momo, and all of his executives who have come over and lend their support, their endorsement, their efforts in galvanizing votes to the rescue mission. Chairman Theodore Momo, you're a man of high calling. What you and your as National Executive Committee did was honorable. We salute you. We welcome you on board. You are true rescue missionaries, and we celebrate you. All of the people you know from the ANC, the ALP, all your opposition friends, get out to them and welcome them on board. So Chairman Theodore Momo and the executive committee of the ALP, who days ago lend their support to the rescue mission, we want to salute them. This is the way to go. Let those sanction officials
Thank you, my brother.
And settle their business. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Mama, can you take us on this issue? We'll go to the next list. We'll go down on this list and other issues. But talk to us, Mama.
I was getting feedback. Is it clear? So before going to the sanction, when the U.S. ambassador talked about lawlessness, you were referring to official action. And not like people on the street, moving in the traffic, and not like pimping right up, passing on the street. Like no, he was talking about official action. You have the president appoint somebody at the governance commission. The role should be a non-political role. Right after 1 week after his confirmation, the president appoints him as chairman of his campaign team and saying the name of the campaign. Lawlessness. The U.S. government indict people in your government. Say we have evidence that we can present to you to prosecute. You ignore it and describe it as political sanction. Lawlessness. Your foreign minister is indicted in America for molesting his worker, female worker, sexual harassment. They presented evidence, they presented a complaint to you. You can't take action against him. Until lately, he couldn't come to the U.S. and lie and say he was sick. That's the reason why he couldn't come. You came to the United Nations and promised that you will establish War and Economic Crimes Court and call for international support. When you arrive home to the airport, you change your tune and say something completely different. Lawlessness. So it's not strange to hear the names of Abachi being associated with Sanction. It's not strange for me. Abachi led a process in Liberia that secretly changed the petroleum law. There was a provision in the law that says every petroleum contract you get, oil company sign in Liberia, every profit generated, 5% of that profit will go into an escrow account for all Liberians. They changed that law under the cover of darkness and set that 5% aside for only Liberians they described to have oil and gas businesses. We initiated and advocated. The U.S. ambassador wrote, I think sometimes you have that letter by now, wrote and expressing the U.S. government interest in investigating that matter. It was investigated. Senator Dillon and other people got involved. So the year Abachi involvement is not strange because he has a record. The U.S. government got directly involved in investigating and understanding how the petroleum law was changed. Who are those that were benefiting, selected to benefit from the 5%? It is that same 5% provision that George Weah is using today to provide offer to politicians and telling them, if you support me, I will give you 5%, because the law now allows him to give 5%. If you see Ure, who have been having historical interest in owning oil blocks in Liberia, good. That's it. Analyst newspaper. U.S. government show interest in Liberian demand for 5% equity. That's it. There is an official communication besides this news story. So seeing Abachi being associated with Sanction, it's not strange to me. The people investigated. They know the law was secretly authored. They know the companies that were selected all have linked to the government. They know because of that operation, George Weah is now using the resources to offer to politicians. Say, if you support me, I will give you 5%. If you support me, I will give you 5% in the other black. You and other people who been having historical interest in only oil black are now flooding towards that negotiation and hoping that in the future they can have equity in oil blacks. The same way he had equity in telecommunication, today he sits and makes $1 million. He's hoping that he can have equity in oil black because Weah is promising it. But what he's forgetting to know is Liberians' eyes are open. They will lose this election. Vice President Weah will win. We will go back and reverse that provision officially, that the 5% will benefit all Liberians through a citizen fund rather than individuals. And you and all will lose.
Thank you, Mame. Hold on 1 minute. We're trying to put this letter up because then I will give the last word to one of you. I beg you. This letter is scary. And you are unearthing a lot of stuff here, Fagon. Maybe you've been having this, but something is happening here. Mame, so this letter here that you share with us, all right, there we go. I got it. I hope you share with the group. All right, I want the people to see this letter, Mame. I want folks to see this. What become of this? So they just ignore the American government. They ignore them and say, well, we will still do what Albert Chase said. Are these some of the reason why his name is on this list that traveling around?
This is what it did. After the U.S. government wrote, yes, Malcolm McCarthy.
So Malcolm McCarthy wrote this since 2021, October 8.
Correct.
Thank you for your correspondence dated September 13, 2021, regarding amendment to the Liberia 2014 Petroleum Law. I'd appreciate your taking the time to explain your position and concern. We regularly engage with the government of Liberia on the issue involving petroleum exploration and development, and I assure you that the concern you have raised will inform the engagement moving forward. So the ambassador, you wrote this letter, Mame.
No, the ambassador wrote that letter.
The ambassador replied to you.
Correct.
Talk to us about this then.
And it was not only me. It was a coalition, including the COP. Costa was part of this coalition. There are several times I appear on his show when we raised this issue with the U.S. government, that we have identified that the government has changed provisions in the petroleum law to allow them to take the 5% equity that's supposed to benefit all Liberians and only give it to people who they describe in the new law as having oil and gas businesses. So when we presented the evidence to the U.S. government, here in the U.S., they contacted the embassy to engage. A lot of things happen. We can talk it on the show. But that communication now triggered the U.S. ambassador in Liberia to engage with the different stakeholders on the changes to the law. This is what it did. Senator Dillon got involved. Senator Borja Sekwe got involved. The Senate Judiciary Committee got involved. And they called a public hearing. I presented at that public hearing from here in America. The video is all up. What they did was they smartly came out with a report and said it was not our intention to take the 5% from all Liberians and give it to a few businesses. We would take appropriate legal action to reverse it. That was the report they did. Since that time, they thought it was done. What bringing it up now is the president is using that provision in the law to negotiate political interest, telling politicians that we have this provision, we're coming to open the oil block. Once you join us, we can give you 5% equity in each block because the law allows us to do so. And these are the few Liberian companies that we have already selected. I can give you the list of the companies on the government website. The list of the few companies selected is on the government website now. So what bringing the renewed interest in the thing is the president is using the provision in the law that the Senate said they will reverse in their report to us, using that law now to go ahead and negotiate political interests and tell people, if you join me, I will give you 5%. It is that 5% that Yure have been chasing. It is that 5% he's been chasing. And he's hoping now that if Weah wins, he will have oil blocks where you have 5% equity in. He can relax for the rest of the year if commercial production is done, so he can make profit.
And that's you, right?
Behind the whole thing. That's why the renewed interest is seen now in the particular provision. Because the promise to reverse it, they did not reverse it, and the president is using it as a political bid to attract political support.
Thank you very much, my man. Thank you for digging up a lot of stuff. We got a lot of information coming from you. We'll display them. If I'm going to take us home, man, on this one thing, while we'll move to the next conversation.
You know, since you asked me to take off, I will just take off from where my base start. But let me just say this to Brother Gibson, David Jeru. The moment you asking the question, they don't even answer. Just call Bwaga ni inside. What Bwaga? Then you say, no, not Bwaga. That you say, you're sorry, man. It's okay, because what we're looking at here is a government that have had a sanction port manager, a sanction solicitor general, a sanction minister of state. Now you come into the VP. Now you come into the pro tem. Now you come into the finance minister. Now you come into mayor. Now then who will you guys have to run our country? You will have absolutely nobody. But I can say to the U.S. government, if you're going to do it, do it. There is a movie, Dwello, maybe you remember, called The Good, The Bad, The Ugly. When Ugly was in the top taking baths.
Listen, Fago. Bam, bam, bam. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Come on. The Good, The Bad, and The Ugly. Talk to me.
Clint Eastwood. Ugly was in the shower taking bath. A guy that he had shot many, many years ago during the Civil War.
Sego.
Yeah. He's been looking for Ugly for his whole life because Ugly had shot him and they had to cut his arm off. Sego finally found Ugly. He bust open the bathroom stall because those days, the door used to swing back and forth. The people sat down in the top with the hot water. Not knowing Ugly had the string, that shoestring, tie all the way coming down there, but his gun was under the water. Sego enter, Sego start talking. Do you remember 15 years ago during the Civil War? Blah, 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 blah. Blah, he talk, and he turned his back. All that time, Ugly was cleaning all the little things for him to draw real. You could just hear the gun cock on the crack. When he turned around, Ugly blasted him until everything finished. And what did Ugly say?
If you want to shoot. Stop talking.
If you want to shoot, don't talk. I'm saying to the United States today, if you want to shoot, stop playing around. Because there is no way Bill Twaway, Nathaniel McGill, Serena Seaforth, VP Taylor, Abbott, everybody in the government will do something, but George Weah knows nothing about it, is not involved. How is that possible? And you are allowing George Weah to take $9 million from Pierre Martin, this money from the other side, selling Sawway, depriving people of their money, all these things. If you want to shoot, don't talk. But then again, I said to the United States, if you want to do it, stop playing. Because every time you play, this guy takes a piece of your grandchild's lunch money and sell it to somebody. Every time you waste time, this guy is in some kind of dubious business with somebody hurting your grandchildren. Here are some basic truths before I turn back over to Stanton. Truth number one, all these people cannot do all this thing without his knowledge. Joel Howard Taylor could have never brought NPP, LPDP people, paid them off to sign if we had not agreed. Here we are now. We will pick this person, pick that person, pick this other person. So let me start off by saying recent endorsements. Either Gongloe, and I'm closing. was beaten by Prince Johnson, came back, beaten by, what's his name? Thomas Groupie, came back, beaten again by Jeremiah Magu, came back, beaten again by Prince Johnson 4 times. But why is either Gongloe Weah leaving the family and running to George Weah? On this same station, they will not show the documents about the $1 million fund and all the story behind it, for which she was indicted and was supposed to go to court, and the process statute of limitation. Come on. Benin UA, the Lone Star story he cried about. Oh, my company, why they chasing me? Why they doing this? But UA, how did he get involved with the Lone Star company? From where did he get the money? We have the video. Conflict of interest. Where is he now? I'm going to explain that one. Which one be our concern with that one? Let's go to Edwin Snow. Why will Snow be behind him? The $15 million bombing counter team. The Western Cluster D, if you want to. If you want to go with all the thing about Edwin Snow, you think Edwin Snow get reason to be behind George Weah? He has a reason to be behind George Weah. So all the people that are coming up and giving endorsement to George Weah does not make us afraid. If my brother Maggie goes to campaign for George Weah, as you saw today, to hear 2 fingers like this, what is the basic fact? He was sanctioned. Nobody asked for the records. He's afraid. If Waka takes over, what's going to happen to me? I may not take my seat, or even if I take it, they will bring charges against me. Why would Petroleum not supporting? The same reason. We can go on and on and on. So I am looking. Bezon got Finlay. Everybody say, oh, Bezon got does George Weah. I challenge Stanton. Stanton, what do you know about the passport deed? What did Andrew Wapo say? Did he not say the ringleader of the whole thing was Bezon got? And that he looking forward to the day when all of them will bring their case to court? So again, all of these things are only said to America. America. If you want to shoot, shoot. Stop playing. Because there is no way these people will carry out actions without the approval of President Weah.
America, I want to negotiate. We don't negotiate with
Can you give me 30 seconds, please?
Get
30 seconds. Get 30 seconds.
Everybody, don't ask for time. Everybody will have it. No, I beg you, Fatiga. I come to you. Fatiga,
I want to respond to the saboteur.
Fatiga, wait. I come to you. I beg you. I know that you're supposed to speak.
I got one video inside that I want.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I beg you. I beg you, Gibson. Please don't interrupt our show today. I beg you, Gibson. We love you so dearly. We appreciate you being on, but don't interrupt our show. Okay? This is not a CDC platform. Please find it somewhere else.
I got your 10th Street video with Prince CEO then.
So, but you know what? Let me say this though. You make mention of Edwin Snow. We said this over and over. The reason why Edwin Snow was rejected, he can come to America or place on visa restriction. He have tried and tried and tried. He just can't come. Look at Snow Mansion. Look at this mansion in Bombay. Okay? Look at Snow resident, his mansion. Okay? And listen, this is not a joke. This is Snow Mansion. He's my friend. Look at the people of Bombay. Look at the road.
Stanton correction, that is not Snow Mansion.
But man, that's a blueprint of his mansion, but that's true.
That's still now a blueprint.
Okay.
That is the Bombing County guest house.
No, but if you say that now, then people will say I'm lying. So interpret yourself well. Okay, if your government take over, you ain't there will make a guest house. Please say that. Yeah, but don't interrupt me and say that's not Snow Mansion.
Sorry. Don't be calling it Snow. Say the Bombing County guest house that Snow built.
Okay, all right. So let me finish that. So this is what belongs to Edwin Snow. If I'm going to say they will make a guest house for Bombing County. Now, this is it, my people. Yes, the question you asked, why you think Snow will be placed on this wonderful sanction? If I'm going to explain his own about the Western Cluster, that involves Snow and the Lands, Mines, and Energy Minister and all of them, you got to understand. But folks from Bombing, the reason why you rejected Findalasana, the reason why you rejected Dory, those people that Snow said you should vote for, If you look at his mansion today, and you look at the road leading to your bombing county, look at this. What Western Cluster has done to your environment, what Western Cluster have done to your people, what Western Cluster have denied you of. Amen. But then what they have rewarded slow. This is the reward from Western Cluster. We will suffocate your people. We will not give them anything. We will put sicknesses in the water and in the food. Amen. We will mess the road up, the environment. But we will reward Edwin Snow. And we will build one of the biggest mansion bombing I've ever seen. So how can you comprehend, my Oma, my papa, how can you understand this for once if you listen to us? And we are not saying this the only resident, the only property of Snow. We say one off.
One off. Thank you.
We got plenty. But for your children to go to school, they got to go in muddy poo-poo water. So we just listen. This is the spoon talk. We want you to understand. When these people come and talk about the sanction, and Fadiga kept this thing all morning, somebody else from DC got to send it to me. We were on the phone. Fadiga said, Fagon, what did I tell you? I said, I want nothing for Fadiga because I knew I had it. They were sent to me directly. I said, I want nothing. Do I know? You guys can keep you all of the chat room. You must come and see how they can treat me in the chat room. These guys can get information. Do I do? They separate me. They say I'm the goat. They're the sheep. But I'm the goat that tell the Liberian people that the Kasali is a good food. It's how we find.
You get sad, we get sad. So we keep our information.
Yeah, but it's not fair. But talk to us before Dualu come on.
Before Dualu can send you video of Gongloe in her new pickup truck where CDC gave her with a plastic on the seat though.
I just said
I will play, but let Don Fadiga speak.
Now the video I wanted to talk about, said the video that you see her dancing. Hey man. Dancing like that jeep you looking for to Gipsy.
Well, Gipsy can't get nothing. Now what will I tell you?
You can get nothing. Look, it's
look at what the Gongloe wear.
I get 4 cars in my yard in Morovia. You broke.
There's no 4 cars. You just hold you just talking in your mother. You think your mom will be listening to?
Look at him, man.
Yeah, man, what the heck can you get?
Gipsy, borrow me one of those cars, man. Borrow me one of those cars.
See the car on blacks. See the car on blacks. See the car on blacks. Now, oh God, a baggy. See the car on blacks. You know the go tire.
If I go, your please go to Gipsy one and tell page on it. If you listen,
it's not in Liberia. Oh, yeah, well.
All the Fago people,
Fadiga, go ahead now, man. Fadiga, talk. Let's move on, man.
My man, we're sending the people. Gibson say he got 4 car parking here, yeah, right now.
We're sending the people to the house.
We're sending the people to the main house.
Tell the picture, send it to us. Video.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Don't Fadiga.
What I want to say. The video I was going to show you about. Look.
No, Fadiga, let me play the video. Let me play the video for
you. No, play the video for it. You know why you're making it. Play the video for
it. Yeah, but guys, I got to download it and upload it so you'll talk.
No, bring it here today.
I wanted to follow up with what Mommy said.
But wait, I beg you, Dr. Richardson, I beg you that Fadiga time. I beg you. I think I will upload the video. I promise you.
But let you know where talk while you uploading the video today.
Yeah, that talk.
That when you finish talking about that talk all day, about your grandson on that, let me finish with the video.
Go ahead.
Welcome back, Mr. Fagon.
Thank you.
Why are you downloading the video?
Oh, that Dr. Richardson time to talk.
Dr. Richardson time.
Let me tell you something. Fagon.
Did I tell you?
Dr. Richardson time.
You can't come know where you can take.
My man, Dr. Richardson time. Keep him back.
Wait for your
time. Respect yourself, man. Respect yourself.
Wait for your
time. Or money.
Yeah, respect yourself, please.
There were 2 things that sort of came to mind. One is that the legislature actually changed the law that said that the 5% should go to the Liberian people, to saying that the 5% should go to owners of oil companies. Okay, I want Liberian people to see how they were robbed of their birthrights. That's the first thing, that we should have been crying out loud to those legislatures that changed the law. That's the first thing on my mind. The second thing, I think in the article that I read, it says that $1.9 billion a year was what was accrued from this 5%. You know how much that $1.9 billion could do for Liberia? It could build good schools instead of us having those Colombo black schools in our country where the children are suffocating, they can't even breathe right. It's so not conducive for education. It could even invest in ecotourism. Our country is so beautiful. Okay, it could even connect the country to a place where Miape often share with the southeastern region how beautiful it is. And when I think about 1.9 billion, I'm stunned. So that people, you don't let your money go, that your money, you don't let it go in vain. I swear, you don't let it go in vain. That's what I wanted to say.
All right, can we mute Gibson? Can you mute? You got a bad feedback, my man. You got to go out and come back in, Gibson.
Mommy, you want to tell me or just tell me off?
And when you go out, you yesterday.
No, Gibson, talk to us. Talk to us.
The thing is, I feel bad for this guy when I give you information. America does not publish a threatening list for sanctions. I don't know where you got that from. If America wants to stand sanctioning, they sanction you. They don't publish a list and say these people might be sanctioned in the future. It's a political hack work. So I don't believe in that list. That's number one. Number two, I just tell you the other day, there's a newspaper that you put on the screen here. For me, I'm a newspaper man. They say volume 1, number 1. So on that Tuesday, the newspaper was the first day to come out. The only thing they came out with Samuel 12 ordering the LRA to sack all the people who are the party people, which is really wrong. Which is really.
Well, I saw volume 1.
Number let
me finish.
Number two. Just yesterday, I saw that same newspaper, they say volume 2, number 1. They forget to know that volume stands for year. So on Tuesday, they have volume 1. On Wednesday, they have volume 2. You cannot have 2 years in 2 days. These are fake newspaper. Just stop putting it in and Fagon. Stop lying to the people. Only you don't get the ability to understand the thing you say they're gonna do. There is no pre-sanction list. The U.S. government does not give pre-sanction list.
But no, let him finish.
Because when I don't ask him who said pre-sanction.
No, let him finish. I'm begging you.
It is a political hack who will write something and say these people might be sanctioned or these people will be sanctioned. There's nothing like that in U.S. diplomacy. Because if America does that, it's called political harassment, diplomacy harassment. They don't do that. So that's not true. Listen, I want to say something. One more thing I want to say something. I don't care how you people spin it and spin it and spin it and spin it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of you will continue to laugh for Joseph Boakai.
So you put me there.
No, right? I'll put you there. You 7. I put half there. Half of sanction is Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai will not win because he's very divisive. He is a troublist. He is a man who lacks the conscience to condemn evil. This man cannot manage his own house. In a man's house, they ring the water pile up in a yard. Vice president for 12 years. The water pile up in a yard. Go on spoon. One of the spoon journalists went there and they showed it. The way I saw it, it's still on spoon.
Fagon, do you have when George Weah were leaving, going to the party headquarters? When they showed John Weah, how all the potholes and the mud and the dirt on the building.
Yeah, is president for 6 years. Joseph Boakai was vice president for 12 years.
They mold.
They mold everything. All right, so we come back to you. We'll come back to you, Gibson. We'll come back to you. Let's welcome our brother Momo Johnson. Momo,
my 2 minutes still there.
Gibson, at least we're accommodating you on the show, but be grateful.
At least. I don't belong here.
Okay.
No,
yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing. I'm okay now.
Yeah, yes,
I'm hearing you. Are you getting me?
Yeah. Yes. We wanted you and Mr. Alfred, the representative elect, to come on. But if you want to chime into our conversation tonight, we'll give you your time. Now you know how to get on. I mean, you are well connected. Can you bring in the representative elect, Mr. Alfred, tomorrow, that we can have a program involving what is happening in Grand Bassa?
Yeah, tomorrow, Honorable Flomo and I will team up with you, and I think we use a single platform here tomorrow, because
and that will be better. But can you tell us
with his internet at his house?
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself before we let go of you? I mean, the importance of you in Grand Bassa County.
Well, thank you, starting, and good evening to Dr. Francis Dwalu, my brother Dwalu from Grand Bassa. Gondo, my brother Hassan, my former schoolmate Hassan and his brother were schoolmates in Christian High School.
I remember that.
At the government hospital, we're friends.
They used to make 70.
Yeah, we're friends. I was just one class ahead of you. Yeah.
Thank you. You are one class ahead of them.
Honorable Minister, thank you for coming back on the show.
You made a minute ago.
Something about the internet in Grand Bassa, Eduardo. You guys got to
so we'll fix the internet on a podcast. That will be fixed.
You guys really got
to come in.
So 1 minute now. Let's play your call for this video.
Yeah,
let's play this video. What you guys saying about the video? Y'all talk now. I played the first one.
I gotta buy you a beer.
No, I don't drink beer. Thank you.
Distraction.
I think I talked to us. Why about that video?
The video is disturbing. It showed that what George Weah is willing to do to remain in power. Look, when I see Madam Gongloe, she's not Gongloe anymore. We take the name back from her. She's married now. Madam Red. It is sad. It's a sad day for life, honestly.
How you tell a woman for a name from her?
No, take it from her. She married now. She cannot be associated with that name. That name with integrity. The name for we cannot do that. We give her to the red. Madam Red, look. When I saw that video, honestly, it was disturbing. Brand new car. George, even worst case scenario, I know we're not happy. But worst case scenario, how are these guys going to pay all this money they were ever going to be elected? I mean, the country feeling the real thing we need to do that. There's more reason why they are threatening people, going to offices, burning documents. Look, you know what they tell me? That this government is on the final leg. Whenever a regime is crumbling, this is what they do. George Weah know he doesn't have the people. But I know one thing, that this election, no endorsement will win this election. The people are resolved. They have made up their mind. You can go with all the endorsement. You will take the hair, the people will take Ambassador Weah. So endorsement will not even have any impact on this election. When I see the ALP coming, I see the whole the real frame, the structure of ALP coming to Ambassador Weah, and I see the figurehead there on the other side, Johnson. I know that they are losing. So we're not worried about that. So when I saw that, I just wanted the Liberian people to know what George Weah is doing with their money. He's spending the money. But the people will eat that money. Look, eat the money. It's your country money. For 6 years, he deny you, he deprive you of this money. Now it's the time to eat it. Eat it. Your political leader can eat it. But at the end of the day, the partisans will come to us because they know what is at stake. These are the people that are going home. Their children are being dropped. So now I'll get back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dwalu, man. Take us home on this eating thing. I see no reason to talk about it.
Yeah, Sanction. I just want to let the audience know about this news. I just had somebody checking Jerun Ya in Liberia. It has 2 OPJOs. They're actually sitting on blocks.
When you have
pickup.
Send a picture.
I'm going to say it, but listen up. I want to say this, and what Meme said earlier, this is serious business.
Amen, boy, the person I said, you let me fail. Let us say picture.
Let's see the picture right now.
I have one Ford F-150, I have one Nissan Titan, I have one Toyota Highlander, and I have one
my sister, my best even borrow one car. Let me talk about team. Thank you, we're a Patriot Jeep. National asset is not for individual. This is why they're national resources. They're for the nation. If one person trying to take down President Weah is trying to facilitate that, he's harming you greatly. If you guys remember, I believe it was last year, President Weah went to the CIA headquarters, to the principal's office. He was there in our office for an entire day, literally over 8 hours. He was being grilled. President Weah is loyal to nobody. Look at his record. He's loyal. President Weah will sell out every single body in his government that will get censured just to save his own skin. Anybody who takes their support in expectation that President Weah is going to send you money after the fact, you're delusional. You're delusional. My brother Gizim will always say his favorite word. This man poses an existential threat to the survivability of our republic. And I will continue to tell you guys this. President Weah has never been loyal. He doesn't keep his promises. So he's giving you half money. He said, listen, you're holding one. Even Gongloe, if people remember, when she was superintendent of Nima County, $70,000 to build toilets. Those toilets were never built. You know, sometimes when this woman, before I listened to her when she was running for the senatorial seat out of Nima County, she told the issue about how President Weah was bad for this country. How President Weah is not fit to govern this country. She described ways in which President Weah was not right to govern this country. I don't care about whoever somebody supports. What I do care about is if you have certain principles and you proclaim those principles as standards that you stand by, I expect you to always stand by those standards, to have some validity as a human being. But if you cannot stand by the standards that you have set for your own life, how can we believe you? Malagongo, you must stand by your standards. I don't expect you to support Honorable Boykai, but you must stand by the standards that you set for yourself. If you're going, and that goes for anybody else, okay? Support whomever. I believe a man should support whomever he wants. He or she should live by the choices he makes and the consequences that come with the choices. That doesn't bother me. But when a man is swaying in the wind like a tree in a storm, this is a man that is not to govern a country.
Hold on.
Such a person is a burden to the country. We cannot take the future of our country lightly. I will continue to remind you every chance I get. You must vote. You must vote. Your issue cannot be about President Weah. It must be about the protection of your children and your children's children, about the protection of yourself, about job creation, about proper education and medical facility, about a leadership that understand the global happenings in the world, that our leadership has the proper pedigree to be able to stand amongst its equals and make the case for Liberia that people will respect us in the international community. President Weah cannot do that for you. You must vote him out. Please.
We're going to do what's on our mind, because if anything else, we'll be going to the phone line. Again, we promise our folks to be all of here by 7. So we're going to start with Mame. Mame, take us home on what's on your mind, please. After this 2 minute each, we'll go to the phone line.
We, Liberia People's Party, is actively engaged with the Unity Party coalition to ensure the decision we made a few days ago is actualized now.
Can you guys please mute yourself? They sound bad.
That the endorsement was not just an endorsement on paper. We'll put the boots on the ground and show Weah. It's disturbing. We show Weah is not re-elected. Secondly, sometime maybe tomorrow we can continue. New pieces of evidence emerging about how Abachi, the president, lured Benani Ure into believing that they have the means to give him equity share in oil agreements. They have gone one step further. They have made contacts in Nigeria to explore that opportunity if Weah is elected. His political party, the executive committee, and other party members had asked consistently, what is the motive behind the shift? And all the story is
it's coming from the studio, I believe. Everybody's muted.
Yeah, can you turn your cell phone off? Can you take away your cell phone far from the yeah, this is kind of strange. Go ahead, my man.
The political party, the structure of the political party concerned. Why the shift? No justification. Said they're doing it for Liberia. But the party later realized that this deal was struck. The party later realized that it's a family issue. The father and the children are using the party as a business tool. And on that basis, they decided to shift away. But the most disturbing thing is the president of the country is using the natural resource of the country, specifically oil blocks, to trade political endorsements. He managed to get Ure, he will potentially get others. Lastly, on behalf of the Liberian People Party, our vice standard bearer, we express initial appreciation for Dr. Richardson and the Spoon FM retraction of the story and the information they release. We know during political times, people can share information, people can get sources, but it is just good that when those sources are not accurate, like even myself, people share information and tend to not be true. That when those sources are not accurate, it's just good to come back, and say the sources were not accurate. So the vice standard bearer initially appreciates the decision to withdraw the statements that were made against him and retract them because they were not accurate, the sources were not right. Going forward, we remain committed to the Unity Party to ensure that George Weah is not re-elected. Our vice standard bearer will be involved. Our standard bearer will be involved. You will see him physically calling on supporters to prevent George Weah's second term. Thank you.
I didn't get you.
That man said the man will not campaign. The man
yeah, that's why I'm about to ask you though. So you're saying that Dr. Yagbawulo Ure would be involved campaigning alongside with Bwaga?
Raphael?
I said Dr. Yagbawulo alone. I said the former standard bearer Councillor Gongloe.
No, I'm interested in Dr. Yagbawulo. That say people might apologize because he get to be a politician, but later then he get problem with it telling him something else. The man anyway, the people say I'm gonna say the man was a politician. Then what he's scared for?
My
but
man,
anyway, I don't say I'm gonna say anything. But I just asked my question. So Dr. Yagbawulo now will be also on the campaign trail.
The entire Liberia People's Party executive and auxiliary group, former standard bearer Councillor Tiawon Gongloe, former vice standard bearer Dr. Yagbawulo, the party structure will be actively.
But I guess you can lie like dog.
It is not.
But guess you can lie.
Yeah. It is not. And the both of us on the show, right?
You ever see dog lie before?
The both of us are on the show.
Yeah, man.
Liberian people will get to know who is lying and who is.
Why is that man authority with LPP telling you they ain't believing?
But what is your authority?
You're not a member. You said you're not an LPP member.
You say with LPP and you going to CDC. What kind of question you asking?
I'm a Gongloe.
But Gongloe don't support that position.
Gongloe, no, listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Why you need Gibson? That your attitude of questionalizing institutions. That your attitude of making political movement tied around people. It is the attitude Councillor Gongloe resists. There is nothing called Gongloeist. We have the Liberian People Party. Gongloe is committed to the party as an institution. That your idea, your talk from CDC. Excuse me.
The one raise the money.
Excuse me.
Don't interrupt the party.
You're who man we? Get up.
Where you took the money from? CDC money?
Yeah, excuse me. That your attitude of breaking down institutions and empowering individuals. Where George
Weah, don't interrupt the man. Let man speak. We'll come to you. I will give you your time. Gibson, you will speak. I beg you, leave Mama small. Mama, give it to him. I will give you the time. You will speak. I will come to you after Mama. Mama, give it to him.
Attitude of changing institutions into individuals and worshiping individuals. That you have seditions and you have Weahsians. Because seditions belong to the institution, Weahsians belong to Weah. Adoring and worshiping him. Gongloe doesn't have that characteristic. He doesn't want people passing around calling themselves Gongloeists. He doesn't like it. He likes people to say they are members of the Liberian People's Party or they support Councillor Gongloe. He's not a god for people to worship. That you go and worship Weah and call yourself Weahsian. There is no Gongloeist. There is Liberian People's Party. He's the standard bearer.
And that dumb mentality people running around with you, right, man? You are quite correct. So again, I want you to please affirm on the show. Please let us know. I beg you, we're going to have Yagbawulo or Yure Emmanuel Dato, Yagbawulo Yure Emmanuel campaigning alongside with Councillor Gongloe as per the party endorsement to Joseph Yiman Boaka, correct?
Excellent, correct.
So you're liking my Yure not today, you're liking today?
And I ever like it. So, but Gibson, be fair to us now, Gibson. Let's stop the joke. You told us that Gongloe will never, ever go out there to campaign for anybody because he's not well.
I told you two things. Gongloe has been campaigning in 320,000 villages. His body has waned. He needs to resuscitate his body and health. And
look at it, bush doctor.
As a friend, I have advised him to keep away from campaign to resuscitate himself. Gongloe is not going nowhere. Mama ain't got no contact with Gongloe. Mama ain't got no influence with Gongloe. I'm not a Liberian People's Party person. Liberian People's Party never funded Gongloe's campaign. We funded Gongloe's campaign. So if you don't know who the Gongloe
is, generosity.
Who funded Gongloe's campaign?
Hold on, get between the two brothers.
Who funded Gongloe's campaign?
Okay, all right, Mommy, don't interrupt him. I beg you, let him finish.
So we, the Gongloes, are the one that funded his campaign. We, the Gongloes, are the one that funded the vehicles for him. We, the Gongloes, are the one that bought gasoline for him. LPP were only receiving what we were sending to Liberia. They had no money, they got no influence, and you or any LPP people had nothing to do with Gongloe. So don't come money. I know what they call. We the one that really funded the campaign.
So
I beg you, guys, hold on 1 minute. So Gibson, you done, right? Gibson, we don't want you to
all the Gongloe movement in the diaspora.
All right, Gibson, we don't want you to interrupt.
Gibson, we want funded the campaign.
All right, Gibson,
listen. Got money?
Gibson, listen.
Where they got money from?
Okay,
Gibson, no, wait 1 minute. Gibson, Jerry, we do not want you to interrupt. We'll give you 10 more seconds. You got anything else to say before we go to Mame?
We go back to Mame?
Yes.
You scared?
So, my two ministers reserved for my closing, right?
No, we're not closing. Yeah, not closing time.
But the closing he was doing. For
No. Hold on 1 minute, Mame.
What's on your mind? Pay attention.
Yeah, what's on your mind, Gibson? You're not paying
okay, what's on
attention.
your mind? So after that, I'll say what's on my mind.
Yeah, because you are responding to Mame. So Mame, the issue here, because we gotta move on now. No, hold on 1 minute. No, hold on 1 minute. We'll come back to you, Gibson. Mame, you are not telling Liberians home and abroad that Councillor Gongloe would, because he supporting Joseph Boakai by way of his party, so he would be there to campaign. Gibson is saying no, it would not happen. Can Councillor Gongloe convince us and speak to this issue? Because he never spoke during the endorsement. Can he confirm, can he tell Liberian people that he stand by his party and or either his VSB, that they will be alongside with Joseph Yuma Boakai?
Senator?
Yes, sir.
Councillor Gongloe will campaign against the re-election of George Weah for the re-election of Joseph Boakai.
Ask you if he can convene and if he can confirm. Can you make it a confirm it?
Councillor Gongloe history for over 50 years. He has never been a man who people can pull by the nose. When he disagreed with Dictator Taylor, he stood up and talked. He cannot be subjected to silence. The position statement that was read by the chairman was drafted by Councillor Gongloe. The words he read, drafted by Councillor Gongloe.
So when is Councillor Gongloe coming out?
Yes.
All my concern, when is he coming out to campaign?
The Unity Party people on this show, if they are aware, yesterday the two different committees met. The Liberal People's Party and the Unity Party met to set up a campaign timeline and activities to agree on where the LPP will be focused.
Okay.
And where the Unity Party will be focused. Once that is consummated and agreed, Councillor Gongloe and Yakmawulu, with the entire structure of the Liberal People's Party, will get involved and emerge into the Unity Party, and they will campaign across the country to ensure George Weah.
I mean, that's a good answer. So both teams are working. Both teams are working. Okay, Councillor Gibson Jeru, let that finish this thing up now. I mean, it is well said.
Listen, Santa is very simple. I said, Councillor Gongloe is a friend of mine, not just a friend, but I am the chairman for the Media International. I talk to him more than anybody on this platform. I talk to him more than most people in the Gongloe movement because I run the man public relations and propaganda. The man told me he's not well. He's been in 320 towns. The man is recuperating. The man has left his law firm for months. The man is trying to pay more attention to his law firm to resuscitate. And also, as a friend, I feel that he should rest and prepare himself for tomorrow. Why is he going to campaign for Joseph Boakai? The man, the party already gone to Joseph Boakai because of votes. He didn't oppose the party. He's a party person. He does not have to campaign to show to Boakai that he loves Boakai more than anybody else.
Gibson, do you know Aaron Manet?
Yeah, I know Aaron Manet. Why?
I mean, he's a former chair of the party, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, talk to us. So he's on my phone. Talk to us. What's your take? Is Gibson saying the truth or Mame? Which one is our way?
Gibson, you can't serve two masters. You can't serve two masters. The Liberian People Party is a traditional political party of Liberia. Has been producing consistent men. Dr. Tipothe, Gongloe, Famule, Sawyer, Iramani, among others. We do engage in dubious circumstances. We are playing. Gongloe, I consulted him before the announcement was made. And we have been consistently on the line with him. So all while Jerry is saying this, he's saying this on his own. That's seditious. He should start misinforming the Liberian people on the status of the Liberian People Party as they relate to Gongloe.
So everything Mohammed said is in line with what you are saying.
He's on track.
He's on track.
But Gibson start interrupting now.
He has the details of the party, unlike Gibson Jero. I mean, he's a seditious. I mean, it's unfortunate that even he have associated with Liberian People's Party in the first place. You can't be supporting George Weah, who are being engaged in
But Gibson, don't interrupt the caller. Gibson, you have your turn, please.
You know, I mean, we have a vast difference between CDC and Liberian People's Party. And so we don't even see where Cheru even came from to be associated with Gongloe, even to the point of supporting the party. We didn't take support from people of that characters.
Oh, so
take support from that people of that character. It's a dubious, sinister characters. He should start be on the party and misinforming the Liberian people about the LPP. LPP is a distinguished, consistent political party in Liberia. We may not have a presidency, but we are always honest to have a functional democracy in Liberia. That's free from corruption, free from theft, free from extrajudicial killing. I mean, if you supported George Weah, he should face prosecution himself. And those are people that they are making him deport from the country. You can't be living in the same area in the United States and supporting a corrupt system in a country that kills people overnight.
You are asking the American government to deport Gibson?
Gibson needs to be deported. Wow. We need to investigate his status, how he got even the citizenship and the rest of the document he had. As a human rights, as a human rights advocate, I'm gonna pursue that issue with the immigration.
Wow.
Because he gave me a lot of misinformation.
Make sure you renew when I respond. Make sure you renew when I respond. Don't let it go.
We are on a very serious matter. Gibson should find a platform of the CDC. You know, I mean, it's not being done as and talking nothing about misinformation.
My friend, what's your name again? What's your full name? And what was your position?
Secretary General of the Dubai Railway Union. I hear from Final County. Shadow, Stanley Witherspoon, I've been trying to get hold of you. I want to speak to you on a number of issues.
Wow.
That guy is, he's disappointed almost everybody. Every day he talks about a lot of nonsense on the radios.
Wow, but we're going to, listen.
We are in a very serious...
They say, family is only
the country, we talk about the souls of the country. We can have deceptive people sitting on radio and talking nonsense.
Is it okay that you join us tomorrow on the
program? Just give me the link. I'll be there.
Just text me your full name.
The country is dying. The country is
dying. Wow, I'm surprised.
The country is dying. We can't allow people like Jerusalem.
Don't let him go. I need to respond to him. Don't let him go.
Nonsense and confusing our people. You have to stop that. He need to be deported.
Oh,
he need to be deported.
Why? Why are you asking the American
because he's engaging in criminal activity. These are people who are working for a criminal regime in Liberia and stay in America and eating hamburger.
All right, so when we're bringing on the show again, Gibson is a panelist here. We got to show Gibson the respect, but we hope that you accept the invite. Thank you very much. Don't forget, text me your name and I will bring you on. I mean, you can stay on. Gibson want to speak, so you can stay on if you like.
Yeah, I will.
Just go ahead, Gibson.
You know, I have known Aaron Manor for some time. He's not my friend per se, but I know him. I know his name for some time. And you can see the pressure in his voice. It's like somebody who is emotionally charged and sentimentally overwhelmed. That's how he's speaking. Aaron Manor, I'm not like you. You can't deport me. Nobody can deport me because of your perception. I'm not a Liberian People's partisan. I am a Gongloe supporter. And you guys over there, you broke guys over there, could not even put money up to even sponsor one campaign. We were the one that raising the money and sending money to Liberia to support the campaign that you depended on. If you are sure that Gongloe is going to campaign, promise Senator tonight and confirm it that Gongloe is going to come here and confirm it that you're going to campaign. You guys
okay, so let me hold you there. How do you want him to confirm? Should he call Gongloe?
No, he should bring Gongloe on.
Okay, so Mr. Mane, can you really clear this thing today?
Witherspoon.
Yes, sir.
Witherspoon,
Yes,
I
sir.
have respect for you. We from Lexington.
Yes, sir.
I don't deal with people like that.
Exactly.
I've been a former cabinet minister in Liberia. I'm highly respected with the United States government. I've done a fuka bone that gives it. We can support the candidate that we start up there, that we put forward to run for presidency. He supported it. That's nonsense.
Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. So again, it will be hard tomorrow.
Yeah, let the honorable distinguished gentleman go, man. I hope political
yeah,
party.
we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. So thank you. Don't forget, text me your name, sir, please.
Let him come on the show, then I'll reach them with
so let's do this. Fagon, this is very, very important. Understand the former chairman. Come on, man. Listen, Gibson is involved in insurrection to the party.
Stanton, let's be fair with each and every one, showing respect to each and every one. How many times have we not made Gibson apologize for lying about something? And we're trying to bring
Gibson, wait now. Fagon talking. Wait, Gibson.
Okay, Fagon, sorry. I just think the men are foolish men for me to be deported because I support
political party. You want me to talk, you want to talk where you want to talk.
No.
But you know, Stanton, I think Brother Mane spoke not from an LPP perspective, but he spoke out of the frustration that this is the biggest platform. I've told you this over and over again, that the Liberian, right now, there's so many people commenting.
You want me out?
Hey, my Gibson, but yeah,
you see the kind of challenge behavior?
Gibson, yeah, a lot of CDC saying to distract our focus.
Exactly.
I do that because you always.
No, Gibson, I will not cut you, Gibson, my brother, but stop distracting us.
I'll not interfere.
Okay, I will not cut you
It is evident. The other day, Dwalu got so frustrated and said to you, Stanton, you must take control of the show. This station has built for itself a reputation. I'm sitting right here. People are inboxing me. And I know you don't like for people to do it. I will do it. Oh, Costa, what are causing the paper? Kev, they're causing the paper. They name all the people. But those people do not have even 25% of our viewership right now. I think you see, they don't have 25% of our viewership. It tells you that the Liberian people respect this platform. And they come here not for propaganda, but for genuine information that informs them, educates them, enlightens them, and more so empower them politically. So when we come on the platform, you the main corporate, you can joke. I the second corporate, I can joke. The only person here that can be serious, oh, they can smart. Now she trying to smash, she know herself. Okay? But the truth of the matter is, Gibson have been made to apologize more than anybody ever since this platform was established. He takes it to be joke. But the people are taking it to be serious. Now, you cannot look at a whole political party. The records show that they got thousands of people. Even at 5,000, the electoral records show it. And you come, you beat your chest that you and a few group of people in America sponsor the party. And Mambe is sitting right here. Like Mambe is broke like Cheho Rat. Like why used to be with us on the show. What the guy need called the counselor?
Lami
Pago. Like he broke. He got nothing in life. Let's be real now. We have to take this platform to another level. And what I see, I really want for Gibson to stay here. He keeps saying, I want him to stay here. My record clear about how to demolish and destroy people. But the idea that when we come, Gibson is just making fun, just disturbing the platform. What is a man like Dwalu Military man at Dwalu, I can't talk for more than 1 minute. Over to you, Stanton. I get back to you, Stanton. He got so frustrated, he said, Stanton, you have to take control of the show. Because it's like we're wasting our time.
We're wasting our time.
Gibson, I'm appealing to you. You are making a show load of fun so you can go to your closing argument. What I want you to do here is before you get to the closing argument, I want your opening argument here. So when I'm done with you, you can't be able to go close. But you can't be disturbing our platform. Then like the other people tomorrow, you go to... That's what I'm telling you, brother. Stop
no,
it.
Gibson. Yeah, on a very serious note, let me say this.
Complaining.
Gibson. Now that we don't want you here, I will say this now in our chat room. You know, I like you. I like your interaction. But we will limit the interruption. We will speak on the issue because we got less than 14 days, Gibson. We must make the case. So we ask you I beg you, my brother, I beg you. It will be in our interest. You either come and discuss about your CDC, or we just we'll see you in the back and we bring you on. It will not hurt. I can say my own wishes true. I see you in the back. That time I'm picking and say I don't bring Gibson on. All right. But I want to say, Gibson, let's move on, guys. I'll beg every one of you. Let's take about 20 calls. Then we'll do our closing. Okay. The Liberian people want to hear. No, Gibson, you will speak. We'll do our closing. The gentleman will come on tomorrow and y'all will cut this thing. Whether Tewan will speak on the endorsement or not, then we'll know. But I'm happy that he's coming on tomorrow.
Yeah, you take that bit. He doesn't have to prove anything to me.
And let's take calls. Let me bring in Yekezi Zogwe. Fagon, before we do that, Mr. Dwalu, I hope during your closing you can talk to us about your political party. What's really going on?
I will hope you give us 30 seconds because something on your mind. I wanted to put my own out there, but you never did, you know?
Okay, but then let's move on then before we take the calls.
Yeah, just 30 seconds. Each of us can get it. For me, we are getting reports, and this is not like Mr. Cummings. I doubt this is coming from Mr. Cummings, but this is what we are getting. Pepsi, Yeke, Samuel Tue, and Nathaniel McGill, they're put together an organization to go after the higher brass in the CPP organization, and they have agreed. Reggie Berry, Aloysius Toll, Gwen Wisner's, Toga, Gilway McIntosh, they to some degree accepted money from the Weah administration so Honorable Cummings can support.
Wait. You say about Puppet Toga McIntosh?
Toga McIntosh, Gwen Wisner, Aloysius Toll, Reggie Berry, these guys are organizing, accepting the committee put together by Pepsi Yekes, Tommy Tue, and Matella McGill to have a collaboration to have money change hand so Honorable Cummings can support the CDC administration. But something I got to say this is important. This is not Mr. Cummings' behavior. It will shame me greatly because I have great admiration for Mr. Cummings that he will allow such a thing to happen. I want to give Mr. Cummings the benefit of the doubt. We are expecting Mr. Cummings to announce his support for the CDC next week because these guys are making an arrangement where money is going to change hands. Let me say this to the CPP folks. You've sweat and blood. Honorable Cummings gave President Weah a red card, if you guys remember. He told President Weah he was not right for this country. He did everything to oppose President Weah. At this point, in fact, in Mr. Cummings' own words, he did say, there is no freaking way he's going to support President Weah. He's going to support the opposition. If this is true, and this organization accepts money from President Weah in order for Mr. Cummings to wager his support for President Weah, it will be the greatest shame for our country. Now, I will concede this point and give it back to you. Anybody can support anybody who they want, but you must stay on your principles for Liberians to believe you. Or else, it doesn't matter who you support, they are not going to believe you. They will vote for the glory of the Republic. And I'll give it to you, Stanton.
CEO, what's on your mind? I'm talking.
You will talk. But the thing about people in CPP have accepted money. The allegation that my brother Eduardo just put here, I got to ask that to Richardson. Because I reached out to some of them to confirm or deny this. Dr. Richardson, information, allegation that some folks in CPP have accepted money.
I am not aware that people in CPP accepted money. I know UG very well. She just won her elections. I know Aloysius too very well. There are people that I can easily text and expect to get a text from. And others that you mentioned. So I'm not aware that they accepted money, but I will also tell you that the my experience of the CPP, it consists of people who are free thinker, independent minded, critical thinkers. So they don't wait for a leader to tell them who to support before they support. And we can't hold Mr. Cummings responsible for other people's behavior. So that's what I would like to say about that. It's not time for us to do our closing, right? You'll call us later.
No. I'll just asking you because of what Fadiga said. Let me ask Mepe Gona. I will come to you, Gibson, and beg you. Mepe, for me, I don't know though. I will not. It's something about this that CDC offer them money and they accept it. But I mean, go ahead, Mepe.
Yes.
Okay, Mepe is distracted. Don't Fadiga.
Yeah, I'm yes, CEO.
No, the allegation from Mr. Duadu that some folks in Unity Party have accepted money from CDC.
Did you say United Party or
the CPP? In the CPP.
Sorry, CPP. Thank you. Some folks in CPP have accepted money from CDC.
I've heard similarly. I've read similarly somewhere. I do not want to jump to conclusions. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I feel that whatever their decision is going to be public at some point in time. It is my expectation that they will support the opposition, as Mr. Cummings had promised, that if he's not for any reason in the opposition, he will support the opposition candidate. I believe he will be committed to that. And I believe most of the well-meaning guys there, I just don't want to look at the money component, because we have seen good people rise above choosing money. So we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but we're hoping that they stand on the side of the Liberian people, on the side of the opposition, and that they do not make an endorsement for a government that they have campaigned against all these years. So we'll give them benefit of the doubt, Stanton.
Thank you. So let's move on. Except anyone want to add to this? Let me bring in Gibson. Gibson?
No, I haven't spoken yet.
Yes, I want to add to this. Joalo.
You
don't know how to lie. You don't know how to lie.
I'm not giving you my time.
Do you know Aloysius? Do you know him?
Gibson, that's not your
that
time.
Man will not take money.
Let me finish now. Since he started already, please.
Gibson, I have not.
You're not starting with an interrupting me, right?
Yeah, Gibson and Fadiga, let Gibson finish. We'll come to you. We're begging you. Let Gibson finish. Gibson, go ahead. Gibson, go ahead now. Gibson, go ahead.
Okay. Listen, just for the few seconds I will be blessed to talk for. That is a preposterous allegation. Just because they don't support JMB, they become devils overnight. You know, Aloysius told, and you can't lie about him and say he's changing hands with money. You know, Gateway McIntosh, you know him? Look, just stop that. They see when he just lied, say I gave he's doing my yard. He said somebody, I got camera on in my yard. If you go there, I'll see you, I'll get that light. But let me tell you, my brother, you don't know
that
how
was
to
a
lie.
joke. Stop it. That was a joke.
Yeah, that was a joke. But you don't know how to lie. Nobody changing money. Cummings come to support Joseph Boyka, you praise Cummings. But you still want to denigrate his supporters. Just because they decided otherwise. Hey, man. Joseph Boyka people are so desperate to get everybody, but you don't know how to get them. That's the problem. Now I'm a devil. If I'm going to support Joseph Boyka and here tearing George Weah apart, then I'm going to be the best man for you. But because I support George Weah, I'm a devil. Everybody that don't support Joseph Boyka, they are devils. It's a bad precedent. Support threatening people all kind of way.
Thank you.
Listen, George Weah will beat Joseph Boyka, and he never did politics before. Because of your attitude, You're killing the party. You're killing the campaign because you're just lying.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your closing. We appreciate
No. No, he said I was closing. I was responding to Santos Kate. I don't like that thing.
Don't Fadiga.
I have not gotten my own 30
Eugene,
seconds
we'll bring
on
you
this
on. Let's
matter.
go to Fadiga. We'll bring you on, Eugene. Fadiga.
I'm not getting my 30 seconds.
We'll give you a 30 seconds. We'll even extra 30 there. But look, I think I mentioned this here yesterday, and when Mr. Cummings said he would support the opposition, I do believe him. So many things are playing here. If you follow social media, the seditionists have been very good at giving out code. They have been actively pursuing people within the ANC. And I did mention Toga McIntosh and other ranking member of the CPP that have, from our source, have already agreed. And I won't lie, according to the information that we received, Mr. Cummings is a little hesitant. And even just naturally by looking at Mr. Cummings and looking at what he's standing for and what everything that he has said over the years, there's nothing in the Weah or the CP or the CDC government that will inform me that Mr. Cummings will go there. He doesn't need the money. He has money. He's well-to-do. He's well-established. I don't see why he would do it. I will be very surprised if he does it. And it was still a lot about him. You know, I mean, he never stood up for anything. But what is at stake here is that people have been planted, the whole CPP crowd. What we've seen now is that the Europe were planted in the CPP to destroy the CPP. That's why he brought that frivolous case against Cummings, and he keeps on something. I see people trying to put this thing on Ambassador Boyka, but we know the real culprit here. There were secret hands like Jason Jerry that have pretended to be in the opposition, but they were always, look, when I had a meeting with Samuel Toy in Moravia, Samuel Toy was very explicit. He told me way back in 2000, I think 2018 or 2019, that the Euros were supporting them, and the Euro had always been their supporter. These people have unleashed on Liberia for generations. They have made a lot of money out of this country, and they don't care. They don't care about what the Liberian people are going through, because they will not suffer. It's all about the bottom line here in children. Sekou Khaled going to say, Taylor have supported you've chosen development over this, that. They will all go, but the Liberian people that are living under this dictator, this reckless president, will make a decision. And at that time, we know who that person will be. I'll turn it back over to you, Fagon. I think you got 2 minutes.
Fagon and Mame, Fagon get 30 seconds.
Fagon got 2 minutes.
Gibson say he about to run away because Fagon coming to talk. Go ahead, Gibson, go.
Let me say this. Who thought that Bezonga Finley, and I'm saying this in response to you, Don Fadiga. Bezonga Finley was the guy that we are undermined for the senatorial seat by infusing Vincent Willie to take him out through the then port director, LFN, Bill Twawi. What happened after that? When Bezonga decided to run for the second time, that is when everybody pleaded with President Weah to rehire Bezonga. Weah refused. And Weah went to Grand Bassa and said what? I will fire your son, and I will make sure he will not be anything in this country. The people say you lie. They voted for their son. Where is Bezonga Finley today? After 4 hours of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf visiting him in his yard, Bezonga did not even hesitate. Did not even consult the Bassa people. You have to understand that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf brought almost all the people you see endorsing Weah today. Mame stated one of the many reasons. And so I want to say to you, every thing that happened during Ellington that had corruption linked to it, you hear me and hear me well. When George Weah came to power, he was asked, will you take the audit report and act on it? He said no. Will you conduct an audit? He said no. Will you protect Madame and her children? He said yes. 6 years now, nothing. Fast forward. What did Toga Gewe say? They had a governance commission. George Weah ill-treated him. He and his colleagues, Nathaniel Barnes and others. George Weah literally drove them away. And you are talking about him. Is he going back? Fast forward. Celia Ure almost got killed. She endorsing Weah. Henry Pedro Costa was rescued out of Liberia through a bony cartoon and taken through the border through a bony cartoon. Where is he today? After telling VOA and anybody who challenged me, I have the tape. I will show the tape immediately from VOA if I get any challenge. He told them he will never, 2 or 3 months ago, never was the word he used. Support George Weah. Where is he today? But when the monies are changing hands, don't look at the endorsement. Look at the people endorsing. They are running away from justice. So, if you had one person who has been deemed and dubbed a criminal by the U.S. State Department report that, hey, you are involved in money laundering, drug trafficking, extrajudicial killing, the whole who you want the criminals to support? Joseph Boakai? You expect anybody with an indictment hanging over their head to support Joseph Boakai? You expect anybody that the U.S. sanctioned to support Joseph Boakai? Then you are no more. Bill Tuawe will not support Joseph Boakai. Nathaniel Magay will not support Joseph Boakai. Solicitor General will not support Joseph Boakai. All the people who expect something bad to happen to them in the name of justice will not support Joseph Boakai. But you know who will support Joseph Boakai? The Liberian people who have demanded for justice and accountability. So, Toga Gewe got 1 vote. Mame got 1 vote. Kowi got 1 vote. In this election, endorsements are welcome, but votes are far better welcome than the endorsement of an individual. So, I'll give you a typical example. I'll lead along with you. When Musa Belete say, oh, I'm going to cook, I'm taking Liberty Party. Musa told Liberty Party, but the Bassa people left the party with him on the sheet and they between the party. The records are there to prove. When the CPP scatter, Cummins went away. ARP went with Boakai. Liberty Party went with Boakai. Cummins was left in the cold. Wow. But after that, ARP found their way. But what happened today? Theodore Momo and the entire executive committee left and pledged their support to Boakai. What did you do? Palu, listen to this. They called the candidates that took part on their tickets. Today, I'm giving you breaking news. And they said they will use the candidates to say they went endorse TDC. Even at that, half of the candidates refused on grounds that it's the job of the executive committee and they have already endorsed the old man. So I conclude to you, Mambe, by saying Endorsements are welcome, but most of the people running away, Les Snow and others, they're not endorsing because they have people behind them. They are endorsing because they have no way under accountability and justice. I respectfully submit.
Thank you very much, guys. Let me bring in Mohammed, then we'll go to the phone line, please.
Yeah, the allegation or the report about the ANC, I think is happening because of what the political leader have decided to do. You see, it is not right for somebody to just make false allegation against people. But when you see Toga Gateway McIntosh engaging with CDC, I'm not saying this is an allegation, it's a statement of fact. He has had more than 3 meetings with, he has had 3 meetings with the CDC. He has expressed to officials in the ANC, including to Mr. Cummings, that he wants the ANC, the CPP to endorse CDC. And that is right. Like even in the LPP, we had people who supported her like Gibson and said, let's go support CDC. So Toga Gateway McIntosh wants CPP to endorse George Weah. The Secretary General, what is his name? Aloysius too wants CPP to endorse CDC. Other executive committee members of the ANC want them to endorse CDC. The disappointment is, what's the motive? Toga Gateway McIntosh, of all persons, you left ECOWAS in 2017. You promised your colleagues. They asked you, are you sure about this decision? You said, yes, I'm convinced. This boy is ready for change. And we need to go and support the change process. Across ECOWAS, people were not sure about your decision, given your level of education experience. They trusted you, say, yes, given your education level experience, you have thought through this well. You came to Liberia.
Then the young man
the governance council. After election, they threw you outside. Because they did not need your expertise. They did not value it. They did not have the patience to listen to you talk about how transformative change can evolve.
6 years.
They only wanted to do quick projects. Called a sound bites project. Hair factory. Bali Island. Coastal Highway. And because they could not listen to you, they threw you outside. And today you're telling people again that you're sure about your decision, you want to go back to CDC. What did Liberian people do to you that you're so angry about an opportunity to change their life? About an opportunity to bring stability to the country? An opportunity to get Weah out and bring stability. That stability can change into transformation. What have we done to you, Toga McIntosh? So yes, it is happening because Cummings' hands are tied. They told Cummings, the statement you made, you said if Joseph Boakai is in the race, you will support him. You did not say CPP will support him. That is the narrative they're giving to Cummings now. They played a recording. They said, you said if Joseph Boakai and George Weah remain in the race, you will support him. So go and support him. The political party will go to CDC. So if somebody use what Toga is doing to put money in the picture, given the fact that we see CDC giving money to other people, it wouldn't be a wrong analysis to conclude that you're getting money too. You only need to make people to believe that you're not getting money, but CDC is giving money to people. We see people use motorbike to run campaign. As soon as they declare support for CDC, they get new people with plaster on the seat. So why wouldn't somebody conclude that CDC is giving you money. We see George Weah offering political leaders that he will give them equity in oil blocks. And for that basis, they join his party. So Mr. Kumi's hands are tied. They've told him, you said you will support Joseph Boakai, so you can go ahead and support him. But the party who wanted to go and support George Weah, what's the motive?
How about Mohammed though? Because I have that respect for Mr. McIntosh. You know, I call him a papi. There's nothing, right, to show that he will offer money, and he took money to support George Weah. So let's just agree, if he had to change her heart, everything George Weah did to him, but he said, you know what, I'm going to support George Weah. Wait, what's the issue?
I am not saying Toga Gateway received money. I'm saying George Weah is using money to bring political actors on his side. George Weah is using petroleum oil and equity in petroleum right to bring politicians on his side. The fact that
I agree with you. I'm not talking about the whole Euro thing. You know, we know the Euro. I'm talking about this issue about Gateway. You know, Fago, you put your hand up before we go to Duado. You want to respond as to why you think it's bad for Toga to support George Weah if he is?
Yes, because I think all of us are intelligent people here, but I have a little edge to explain why I think there's an issue. You were on this platform when James Barney appeared, right? James Barney schooled all of us, but I was there, I knew it, to the idea of the governing council, the governance council. It was headed by Toga Gateway McIntosh. He put this whole thing into play for it to work. When George Weah came, George Weah abandoned the whole thing. Toga Gateway tried to get the coalition to work. This man ran a dictatorial government for 6 years, ignoring everything. In fact, there was no such thing as governing council. When asked to give, were you not present? And I'll stick this to your face. When quite recently, George Weah went and appointed Toga Gateway McIntosh as governance commission head,
and he refused.
Consulting him.
Yeah, he came on the show, he refused. We understand
what
that.
What did he say? Yeah. What does he take me to be? A career and seasoned diplomat.
But give me that reason now. You are not to that reason.
That's the reason. Wait. That's the reason I'm giving you. A career and seasoned diplomat, an astute politician, a well-educated Liberian. You sidelined him and the governance council. You did not even speak to him for almost 6 years. Then today, you think that man will walk up to you and say, I will support you? When you cut a speech for him for 6 years? Well, I will say this to you. If the likes of Toga Gateway McIntosh and Bazongan Finlay have chosen to play on the emotions of the Liberian people, you have the EFFL Gongloe, you have the Martin Colley, you have a lot of young folks that will make sure that they are held accountable for the actions they take today. Because tomorrow will not be guaranteed to them. And I leave you with this example for Kou to speak. When the people at Repo said to Alexander Cummings, please, Papa, we know you highly educated, you got experience, you the man. But right now, Papa, we beg you, be VP to the old man. You get everything we kill on the show. We used to talk it. That offensive, not look at me like that. When you ask people, people say the man is the man. You even got there one time, you said, but why y'all say the man is the man and y'all don't want to elect him? And then people said to you that offensive, you will not understand. The old man is the man to take the power from this man. Let this Cummings man go as VP to him and do the work. Cummings said, I didn't come here to be vice president. Today, even after cheating him, the Liberian Pocket said, fine, I had it looking. So if Gateway and others play on the emotions of the Liberian people, I guarantee you the punishment will be even bigger than Cummings, who is not being considered.
So real quick before Mepe and Dwalu come, I beg you, because we gotta go. Are you saying anybody that support Josh Manawea, anybody that casts the endorsement, the Liberian people will punish them for go?
I am saying, Stanton, and I want to say it for my own mouth, don't say it. As long as the Liberian people concluded that this man his government has been involved with extrajudicial killings, money laundering, ritualistic killings, corruption, and most importantly, degradation of the sacred human value. And they have concluded that he cannot be the president. In addition to those who already voiced it out, anyone who go on the left side will be politically punished. I am saying it again. Can I barely popping for my mom? Some people will not even take a seat. Some people will sit down, but they will not even sit down for 2 months.
Thank you.
The buildings you show you will show it no more. The Egyptian you see will not chase Pharaoh army. I guarantee you that.
Thank you. All right. So, Mepe?
Yeah, CEO, thank you very much. I wanted to say something on the Toga McIntosh issue, Honorable Toga McIntosh issue. Like people that Fagon said, seasoned diplomat, that man was respected in ECOWAS, former vice president. This man is bilingual, and people respected him for that. He could talk to the French-speaking people. And then
you said former vice president where?
ECOWAS.
Okay.
And then this man decided that they would support the CDC and President Weah. At that time, all of them were at the ECOWAS, Prince Johnson, Snow, all the Senator Weah at the time was at ECOWAS, and Toga McIntosh himself. And he talked about the governing council that they created. The moment they won, this president said in the midst of diplomats, someone asking for McIntosh, right before they could start forming the government. He said, "Man, I don't know about that man or that man. Over there, you were more close to Prince Johnson and Snow. You were not really close to me." And people started to rumor, say, look, the Toga appointment will be difficult here, because people were thinking Toga McIntosh would have had a job, like you had a chief of staff, minister of state. But what happened? He was excluded, and it's an evidence that these people do not honor political commitments to people who are seeking to go their way, thinking they will land them big jobs. They do not have the credibility of inclusion. We saw a man called Ambassador Solonte, former vice standard bearer of the ANC. The papier joined them. A diplomat, someone who was ambassador to the United States before, they put a red beret on his head. They all of that. They did not compensate him with no job. So many vacancies in embassies around the world. There was one in France, they sent someone there, they rejected. Vacancy in Ghana, vacancy in Qatar, other places. They are not filling all those vacancies. They have no credibility because they are afraid of competence. So to my brothers in the CPP, most of whom are very competent, if you want to be included in the rebuilding of your country, the rescue mission is your way. There are other competent people there who do not fear you. They love competition. They respect you. They know the fixers have many good brains and ideas that they can use, that together we can all build Liberia. But the other men there don't like competition. Going there will not be your best option.
I agree.
So the endorsements you are seeing now, like the video you show, a big sister whom I have a lot of respect for, choose her path. But there's a good news I want to tell the people of the rescue mission. Of course, she's a strong woman from Nimba. She amassed about 36,000 votes when she ran 3 years ago. But in Nimba, in the Mano Belt, has emerged, a very powerful leader, the only person with no military historical relevance, very young and educated guy, to amass the highest number of votes, only next to Senator Johnson in NEMA history. The Honorable Yan Twain, smart, highly educated, former deputy boss at NASCO. He went in these elections against a powerful incumbent like Prince Johnson and was still able to amass 56,000 votes. He cut across the Mano Gio Madingo Gui belt. He will be working along with his brother Jeremiah Kuhn and the godfather Prince Johnson to ensure that NEMA votes are fully delivered to the rescue mission.
Don't you give it to me?
The Mana people are hopeful, they're inspired, they're excited about this new emerging leader within the belt, in the Mana belt. And we are happy because he's a leader that is working along with his brother Jeremiah Kuhn. The Gios love him. There is no man down politics. They are all working together. Truly NEMA Quado. He will be going to NEMA on Monday, and he will remain there until NEMA is fully delivered. So I want our people to know that that endorsement is an empty endorsement, and that all of the structure, all of the machineries that we need to deliver NEMA, all of them are intact. So our people should not worry. More endorsements coming on board, but we are working. And something Honorable Fagon said about endorsement politics that I want us to know. 2005. Let me give you a historic example.
Fine, yeah. When I go to,
we gotta go real quick, man.
Tell us again.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just 10
we were
seconds.
close, right, CEO?
Yeah.
No, that what we just did now.
All right, then let me 10 seconds. Let me close now. Since we're closing.
No, we'll come back to you, man. I beg you,
okay,
Mama.
Okay.
Don't get into the thing if I go can be
For
doing
me,
it.
stay to my own 30 seconds. This correction has to be made because a lot of people are misconstruing what I just said. I did not tell you, say Mr. Cummings took bribe of accepting bribe. I want you to listen.
No, you didn't say that. You didn't say that.
There are reports, and I've listed the names of people that are being influenced. They should not destroy Mr. Cummings' image that he's built for decades. This is my argument. Do not allow yourself to be monetarily induced. Give your vote to whomever you want, but remove the cash faction. We hope these reports are not right, and Mr. Cummings will be allowed to make his decision, and the entire political organization, they can make that decision and support whomever. We are hoping these reports are not right. That should be understood. They did not have to understand. I give it back to you, Stanton. And yeah, Joe Myers, I love to give it back because I believe other people should talk too.
Thank you very much, Duadu Fadiga, brother. Dr. Richardson, you will be the last, then we're just going to wrap this thing up, man. I'm tired.
You know, I'm a little bit disturbed about how this show is going. And Dwalu, I'm very happy that you clarified your statement that you made about Mr. Cummings. You guys have been doing a very, very good job on selling your candidate, talking about the reasons why you believe that George Weah should not be elected. When we get to the point where we are tarnishing other people's reputation by attaching them to corrupt behaviors that we don't have any substantial evidence, I'm worried about it. Saying somebody like Ruby Berry, saying somebody like Luscious Tool or Mr. McIntosh collect their money is disturbing to me, and I'm challenging you guys, whoever said it, so please next time bring some pictures, some evidence. I like to work by evidence. Okay, put it up, and then I will say, okay, thank you, I'm now aware. The second thing that I'm a little worried about is our treatment of our fellow panelist, Gibson Giroux. Yes, there are times that he interrupts the show, and I think we all need to talk to him perhaps in the back about it. But because Gibson Giroux is supporting CDC, that doesn't mean that we need to castigate him or denounce him. If you are denouncing Gibson on this show, you may come out and denounce my neutrality, because I have a position that is different from you guys. Just like I respect your decision to make a choice, I'm asking you to respect my neutrality. As you have pointed here today, Mr. Fagon, our election was not free and fair. We all know that. The Joseph Boakai that you love so much was cheated, just as well as other people that participated in these elections. So, having said that, that factor strongly contributed to my position of neutrality. Please don't interrupt me because I know you're getting ready to interrupt me.
You might say anything, Fagon. You going to say something?
No, because
I don't know why that the Richardson put yourself equal with Gibson Jeru. But go ahead.
That's what you wanted to say. That's why you're interrupting me.
No, I'm not going to say. I don't know why you put yourself with Gibson Jeru.
Equal to Gibson Jeru. What I'm saying is we need to be tolerant. Being tolerant and open to diversity there are hallmarks of democracy. What you guys are preaching here all the time. You tell me, say, oh, when GMB comes into play, we'll have a more just society. That's and if we don't practice that on the show, then how are you guys going to tell me what's going to be just in Liberia? And I definitely can say to Liberians that are listening, I cannot pinpoint where the cheating occurred, and that's why the people who can afford to have a forensic evaluation done on the ballots, let's go ahead. We all await to see the conclusion. But again, like I said, I respect your right to choose, and please respect my neutrality. Neutrality doesn't mean that I love Liberia any less and you love Liberia more. No, it just means that I am choosing right now to focus my thought on a path to develop Liberia other than the path that you are choosing. Okay? I do not believe that either party right now can develop that path for me. I think that I want to encourage Liberians that are listening to us regularly to do what you can do. I've said today, I've been preaching, volunteer your expertise to schools in remote parts of Liberia. Collect your friends in America, whether Americans, Liberian, or whatever. Get donations so you can support hospitals in Liberia. Engage in farming business. Plenty land in Liberia, and it's a very fertile country. Run businesses. Let people not do that. Do what my mate did. Write the United States Embassy or the media in Liberia if you disagree with something so strongly. If I hear something like 45% equity that was taken away from Liberians and it doesn't sit well with me, make it public, make noise about it, talk about it. Utilize tell Stanton your disagreement. And having said that, again, I respect this show, and I hope that Liberian people continue to listen. And thank you very much, Stanton, for giving me the opportunity.
You always work on that show. Don't say you gave me the opportunity to be here. But I don't know why you want to defend Gibson.
Richardson, why you advocating for Gibson when he didn't cause people yet?
Mepe, please. Mepe, why was not ready to interrupt me? The man denigrate women on the show. The man talking this. We are not mad at Gibson. He loves to interrupt. He does Josh Manawia. He ate his own words. So if you decide to support Josh Manawia, you stay our sister. We won't get mad at you. And, but Gibson is a different character. Gibson is from space. He's not from Earth. He's from outer space. So he just come to disrupt our show and to make the case for CDC by disrupting us. And that's the fact. But we love you, Dr. Richardson.
And, I'm not going to get into you and Gibson, Rikamoro that you guys are going through. And Mepe, we spoke to Gibson before. This is not our second time talking to him about denigrating women. And, you're doing a great job with containing him. How many of you guys on the show, I would just don't even attend to him. The more we attend to Gibson, the more opportunity we give for him to, talk his own, as we can say. So you guys doing a great job. Today, I didn't see you even acknowledge him. I don't know whether it was intentional or not intentional. There are other people then who were focusing on Gibson today, like Mami were getting mad and all of that stuff. But Gibson was talking own. You're just letting him talk own. Father guy was getting mad at him. That's what I would say.
I'm not getting mad at him. I'll get happy for you.
Yeah, this is so.
Can you tell Spencer back to respond to you too?
Yeah, but no, but
Dr. Richardson, I think your accusation of us is totally unfair. I think we want everybody on this show, and I think we want people to be here because that's the reason why we're here. We can't be selfish and say United Party, CPP, and OCDC. Gibson has the right to choose who he wants to choose. I think we have aired our frustration that on this platform, you keep saying Gibson should say hey, but you are sitting on the platform. Gibson are referring to Bintu as Jawia Sache, referring to Miape as Jawia Perema, denigrating the women, then going ahead to say, I took gun to kill people that my sister took them from me. Actually, I wanted to kill. All of those things is what we're speaking about. So I take offense to the fact that you will say we don't want Gibson on the show. How can we say we don't want Gibson on the show? Or Gibson should tell his own and we should tell our own. So you are supporting Gibson to kill Liberians? And you are supporting Gibson to denigrate your fellow female panelists? And then when we're telling Gibson, stop. Gibson, stop. Let's just fast forward to tonight. Gibson, you have left Gongloe's campaign. Mambe, who is Gongloe's spokesman, said that Gongloe will do this. Then you say no, you Gongloe personal friend, you don't want to support Gongloe campaign. Until the chairman had to come again. It means, Gibson, you choose your side, talk for your side. Criticize the other man's side. But when you speak definitively for Gongloe, you are misinforming the Liberian people. And that's what we are talking about, man. We don't say Gibson should leave. Because if you low on their platform, if you grade everybody, you will get Gibson the least grade on this platform. The least. But I think it's unfair for you to think we want to push Gibson out of the platform. No. We want Gibson to stop calling Miape, George Weah Bebe Man, Bintu, George Weah Sache. How would you like one of these days you will say the same thing to you, and then you will expect us to defend it? Yeah. And when we don't defend it, you will get there with all. That's what we're saying. Okay. So since you like him that much,
no,
please talk to him.
Please, I beg you, I don't forget what on my mind. I beg you.
Please talk to Gibson. Gibson, fire the thing. But stop the personal attack, stop denigrating women, and stop telling bold-faced lies on the platform because it is diminishing our returns on the efforts we have made. And we continue to remain the biggest platform because of the good job we do. So saying you like him that much, it is my appeal to you to tell him to stop doing that stuff.
Wow, you like me that much. Wow.
Yeah. Wow. I beg you.
Okay, so I hope that you allow me to respond to you without interrupting because you're acting like I don't know you and Stanton very well. I don't know how you guys tend to use propaganda in many ways.
Stanton are going, man. Stanton know I'm leaving the platform.
To violate other people. Okay, I know you very well.
No, if Dr. Francis
I know how you guys are talking in the background on the telephone. I know when Stanton mute Gibson because he's done it to me before when he does it and he probably done it to you too, Fagon. So I'm watching, I'm aware, okay? And I've said before I don't know if you're listening when Miape asked me, I don't condone Gibson insulting women on the show. I never will. Okay? Fadiga just calling out. I thank Fadiga for calling him out. The point here, and I don't like his interruption either, and I said that before. The point here is you guys want to, it's clear you want to get rid of Gibson. If you're not seeing it, it's very, very clear.
No. That's not true, Dr. Richardson.
No, we like it being here because it's a weak link. We like it.
Honestly, I will not ask Gibson to leave.
Once we keep it cordial, we like it being
to leave, but you will do things, you and Mr. Fagon, who's sitting over there, because that's what I'm responding to.
But why are you forming alliance?
But what I can say that?
Why are you forming alliance with Gibson?
I'm not forming alliance with
you. Let Dr. Richardson finish. Let Dr. Richardson finish, guys. Let Dr. Richardson finish.
I'm not forming alliance. I'm just telling you guys.
But let Dr. Richardson finish, guys, please.
I am just I'm just saying, okay, that if you guys can be intolerant of Gibson's view, that is not the kind of democracy that we want to see. You guys, especially you, Miape, you talk about inclusion over 100%.
Constructive view, as long as it's not personally offensive, we don't mind.
That's right. And we called him up on it. I agree with you on that point. We have called him up on it. Okay. But when somebody comes and they're talking about, I don't know.
Well, you can't allow him to lie. A cheaping our show. Where Gongloe, they didn't tell him, he can't be saying it though. It cheapens the show if we give him false information.
Deliberately. Mame came today without any evidence said that he knows.
The chairman affirmed and confirmed.
McIntosh collected money. Okay, Mame said something to that effect today. So
let's go now. Let's go, guys. Thank you very much. I'm thanking you. That's a wonderful show. I mean, nobody asked you to go in the back. You can't go in the back and waste our time. No, my man, we're done. We're done. Yeah, come on.
Let me say the thing. Dr. Richardson.
No, you go in the bag, you eat, you waste our time.
I want something, Fadiga. I don't give a flying freak what the viewers will write about me or anything.
They are your viewers.
Can I ask you a question? Before Fadiga speak, let me ask you a question. I'm begging you, please. Dr. Richardson, we understand, right? Maybe, if Abraham begged you, you will take a side. But as for now, you say you're not taking any side. We respect that.
That's correct.
But again, though, I'll ask you a direct question. Just answer me, Amo. Will you ever in your heart support Josh Weah?
No.
No.
200% no.
Oh, okay. 100% no.
200% no, if that's what you want to ask me.
200% no. You cannot support Josh Weah. The Liberian people are now asking, at what percentage you think you can lean towards Joseph Barker?
200% no either.
200% no. Okay. So then, your only come here now is just to encourage the people to
be right.
Make a go. Okay. So we appreciate you. So leave out our Gibson, yeah? Let's do with Gibson, yeah?
How can you encourage people
be neutral
with Gibson? What is right? Quick, simple question. How can you encourage people to do what is right when you yourself don't know what is right?
What makes you think I myself don't know what is right and that only you know what is right?
You don't know what is right.
That's a very narcissistic way of thinking that only you
know what is right.
How can you think that you know what is right? That I don't know what is right.
No, Dr. Richardson know what is right, but
I respect you for picking your side.
No, Dr. Richardson said 200% no for Weah, 200% no for Barker. So it means that Richardson don't know anything about who's right. And the whole nation
No, but you are too general for you to say she doesn't know what is right. You gotta be specific. I saw her selection with the process right now, you man, right?
Say that again.
Right, I saw her selection as to who to choose, right, Fago?
Stanton.
Yeah.
Stanton, my brother. You will not put.
Let me tell you, Stanton.
Hey, I beg you, man. I beg you. Let me
I just talk. Let me talk.
The whole country gave two persons. They said we should choose which one is right for the country.
Television said both are wrong.
Television said both are wrong. But she's saying now here and asking the people to choose the right one.
Who the right one?
I didn't tell them to go choose nobody. You never heard that
word. Wait, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, wait. Let understand you now. I beg you. I think I'm going to raise an issue here. Let understand you. The people are looking onto you. They got only two people in this race now, John Weah and Bwaka. They beg you. Help them. I beg you. Help them to decide. November 14th is coming. November 14th coming. Help them to decide. What would be your advice to them, Dr. Richardson? They must choose somebody.
My advice is just like yours. There are 3 parties.
Oh, just like mine.
There's a United Party, there's a CTC, and there's a Liberian People Party, okay?
Oh, you in Gongloe Party now?
No. No, they're Liberian.
Liberian People Party like MPP.
No, they're not Gongloe Party. Liberian people.
But that's a Richardson though. Be fair with the Liberian people before we go to forward. Before we go to forward that's a Richardson no. That's a Richardson no. The people are counting on you. You went to Nima, Dr. Richardson. You went to Brahman, Dr. Richardson. The person you were preaching on, he's not in the race again. You get Bwaka and you get Weah. The people are begging you. Please help us decide. We must take one. There's no neutrality.
Make it thick.
No, seriously. There's no neutrality. There must be one. Somebody must be president. You cannot leave the people hanging, Dr. Richardson. You love Liberia so much. You love the people so much. Somebody must be president.
No matter what,
6 years. 6 years, somebody must be president. Dr. Richardson today. No, I beg you not interrupt the president. Let me learn. I beg you, Kwawu.
You can't learn nothing. You were supposed to make your endorsement. You're not making it. You can't talk.
He hypocritical. He hypocritical. Let me make my point. Because you still to endorse.
I was up late listening to the show. You have to say.
I want to leave you with an important history. You got one vote. You travel, you bought plane ticket to go cast that vote. I admire that because up to 1944, 1946, we women and indigenous people did not even have the right to participate in our democracy. I respect you for that. And I know it's a long distance. You got obligation here. It's one thing when you say, I will not make it to go back and forth. But you are a corporate people that have followers. When you hold on to neutrality, you could influence it. But this is what I want to leave you with. There was a man who chose to be neutral in history. And history never allowed it to dare to stay after him. That man was Pontius Pilate. When they carried Jesus before him, he said, y'all carry him and wash my hand from in your business. He didn't take a side. Today, everywhere the Roman Catholic doctrine is preached, in the creed, they say he suffered under Pontius Pilate.
And was crucified dead and buried.
Pontius Pilate washed his hands and did not use his position to take a side. But we Christians say Jesus suffered under Pontius Pilate.
And was crucified dead and buried.
Very excellent.
And the third day he rose again.
Who was Pontius Pilate?
Rise after 14 days.
Who was Pontius Pilate? Who was he?
The king, just like you.
I have authority at the level.
Yes, you are appointed. So many people here say. So many people here say, I love chapter 13.
Roman Empire.
You have authority. People believe in you. People love you on this platform.
They say you are beautiful.
You are beautiful. You are a strong woman. Do not wash your hands out of our politics. Because at the end of the day,
you just speak all I swear I won't make you my business salesperson in Liberia.
You know what? You know what? After 18 days, Joseph Boyka will rise. So make yourself part of history because history will not say that the Francine wash your hand. Please.
No,
that the Francine people believe in you.
Maybe you think that the only way, that's why I think it's a mistake for us.
That's a major way. Whenever you are presented with a constitutional right. The right to vote. People don't give it to foreigners. It is an inherent constitutional right. We have to inspire our people.
Thank you, Pepe. Let's go to Fadiga and we go home.
I bring my
farm.
You
got to be
the last word.
You want trimming against it?
Yeah, man.
No, but Doug, yesterday, let me tell you something. Something happened yesterday. I thought I was going to share with the audience. I missed when Gibson actually insulted Fatima. There was a Nigerian guy that called me from Nigeria. He usually called his show. It happened so fast. I don't know what it was centered. I put him in the back, but he went in the back and then he came back. This Nigerian guy called me. He was very mad. He kind of noticed it and like, why does he keep insulting the women on the show? And I'm like, I didn't hear that other part, but I heard the cold part. And then that when he alerted me. So people are actually watching this thing. And Gibson, I don't know, but you got a very difficult task to defend this government. You cannot defend this government. I don't care how you try. There's nothing. Sometimes you don't even have no talking point. You just try to disrupt. But my main thing I want to say before I close is this. To my ANC folks, this is the message to you. Dr. Richardson, you are putting all there because you got intelligent information. I didn't put you there because I asked you a question today and we got our intelligence that you're taking order for Elena. But if it's not true, no, we got credible information now. You are actually taking order.
Hearing it.
Second time hearing it.
Yes, that is the second time hearing it. But I said that Richardson will do no such thing.
But me, are you joining these guys? Are you really?
No, honestly, Tata Richardson, this is the second time. I don't know if one of them told me. Maybe one of them told me.
Who started all the propaganda because you blame Ellie for everything?
They said that Salimantu introduced her.
Oh, Eko.
They said that Salimantu introduced her.
Eko.
And I see you I said that Richardson will do no such thing.
I asked that question because like I said, my winner behind the hall. But we'll leave with that because my heading that good Oma but you got no problem.
Don't rush your hand, Dr. Richardson. Don't rush your hand from like grand people's business.
I want to say this.
You have become the figure of neutrality, history with Joshua. You are on the biggest platform. You the first Liberian to say you
talking. You myself will say it with
Liberia suffers under Dr. Francine Richardson.
You are the
first dead and was buried.
Yeah, let me give you a point. When you look on social media, I almost cried today. When you look on social media today, ANC people celebrating, CP people celebrating. I have to say something bad, something good not happened to Liberia. Honestly, if you were opposition last year, every negative thing I see on social media from yesterday in the last week is that ANC have directed a campaign. They're not in a race anymore. They have directed it against Ambassador Boyka. Am I mad? No. Am I disappointed? Yes. Because I keep wondering if you guys were truly opposed to George Weah or this was just about becoming president. Or if was this about rescuing this country or fixing this country or really something about the Liberian people. Look, when you do secretly, others see secretly. There is a reason why Cummings did not perform in this election. I said it both in private and in public to senior executive of the CPP and the ANC. And the reason why the party was not resonating is because of things like this. How can the Liberian people be suffering under King Pharaoh? And then there's Moses come to take us to the promised land, and you're staying in the way. If you cannot help us to get to that promised land, don't stay in the way. King Pharaoh is killing our people with kush, killing our people with all kinds of barbarism, boyorism, all kinds of things. How can ANC people claim to be opposition and care about the Liberian people? Amen. Look, they celebrated Costa today. Oh, Costa are our hero. They see Costa men are called coming, figure out all kind of things.
My man, we going home.
No, we're
All
going
the people there, we are there. The people there,
yeah. We'll wrap here. Don't fatigue, Mempe. Chill where you are. I'm not going to be on the show. That's a show.
Yeah, other Richardson. Oh yeah. I see.
Stanton.
Yeah.
No speaking from there. Those that are Richardson said no sleeping tonight.
They're Friday, no work tomorrow.
No way, no sleeping.
I will see you on the late night show. Let's come on the late night show. Let's take a break and come back.
All right, let me finish there one part.
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll take a break and come back by 9 o'clock. Next one will be in studio.
Let's send all the link for the late night show.
Okay.
Because even political leaders who took part in the election, none of them have claimed neutrality. Tata Francine has become the face of neutrality. I don't want her to be the Pontius Pilate.
By the way, near Pontius Pilate ordered the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. You're not neutral.
He wash your hand when your wife told him about
let me talk to the ANC people.
Order the crucifixion.
You wash your hands. He told the people, no. He told the people, y'all take him and do what he want y'all
to the ANC people. The thing that people doing not correct for Liberia. I see American Nigerian.
No, I'm waiting for ANC to speak. I don't want to preempt the ANC.
No.
I want them to
speak. I'm just talking about the trend.
Lots small jobs you see on Facebook. Let me speak to Efatika. You see them talking about your woman 1%. Y'all to 69, your woman 1%. Do you know what the ANC folks are doing? Y'all listening. I wish Mr. Kumi is listening. They ran a ineffective campaign. They disappointed the man, and they are playing light with their.
What the people are coming to now?
They are playing light with their decimal performance. If I were Mr. Cummins and I'm going to run 2029, I will hire effective campaign people. I will fire those people. Those people don't want to be fired. No good propagandists, no good campaign-ers. They don't want to be fired, so they start a joke. So the man can help them laugh with it. Laugh with it. No, listen, Tata Richardson. They are joking. It's like you, Tata Richardson. You gave me your son. You say, Miape, I want you to tutor him for your WAEC. You pay me. You gave me computer resources. Then the boy miserably failed WAEC. Then I start talking, I think you got 60 or some people made 20 just to fool you. Those people did not perform politically. They should not be joking with the 1%. That 1% means 99% of Liberians rejected Mr. Kumi.
So, let me tell you guys something.
He sit down with a team and say he came from 7% to 1%. Something went wrong. You guys were not effective campaigners.
That is exactly what a good leader would do. For anybody in leadership position, when something in the event that this kind of election happens where you win your percentage will decrease, you will call and have an open meeting, debrief.
Should not be making fun out of
Facebook. Let me tell you something. And Sfatika, I want to tell you something because you think you guys like to lump CPP is.
Oh, you're giving chance of feeling talking here. I'm not lumping people up. Look, few weeks ago, I said Cummins were not competing against Ambassador Boyka. I said Cummins were competing against his past performance. I think I said it on the scene show. I said Cummins is trying to outperform a past performance. And it was from an informed Dr. Richardson. That just brings him with all that bringing us up. Before I left the ANC, and this is true.
You're part of the ANC?
No, yeah, I was part of the ANC. Dr. Richardson, I called Dr. Richardson one night. I said, Doc, I saw videos, I saw pictures, I said, I seen ANC picking it all around the country. I said, there is something going on with this party that I do not understand. Doc said, oh, well, she always politically correct. I said, the ANC is not known. For 6 years, what have you guys been doing? Because I came on there later on, so I'm like, something that right here. I did my own due diligence before I left the ANC. I said, you know what? Cummins stand no chance of winning this thing. He will not go anywhere. And then I came on. I said it. We had a conversation, right? We had a conversation. So I'm not, for people that are thinking, oh, I just jumped on and left. No. We had a conversation. I showed us some pictures. I showed us some video. I said, you know what? I'm leaving. And it took some time and then I left. But I want the ANC to do a post-mortem on this election. I know Cummins say you want to do forensic, but beyond the forensic, I'm in for that forensic.
Everybody should do one. All of the leaders should do one. I think it's good to assess our strengths and weaknesses and how we can even Buckeye. I think how we prove. I actually want you
It
to.
is a very good idea.
Something happened. We need to know what happened so that.
But even in-house in the campaign, like us at the level of the Unity Party, right? We have sat with ourselves and said, some of our votes got stolen, and we have blamed ourselves and said, where till we not wash right? How do we handle the peace? My point is, Mr. Cummings need to sit with those campaigners, and I'm speaking to him from my heart. No campaign. I'm speaking to him as if he's my political leader, my father. He spent money in these elections. He paid those workers. He needs to look at them and say, how often do you do engagement? He needs to sit and hold them accountable. And when he decides to run again, Mr. Cummings, in our stupid man, I'm sure he will look at people who perform in other campaigns another time.
We're playing running. Yeah.
So what I think when I'm running. I'm running one.
I want to say something that you guys.
It means that it will be down the line. I'm not rooting it up. But what I'm trying to say is,
I think of your
I'm feeling like Mr. Cummings is someone I respect. Like I said, he would a political leader that I know when my mom died, he even reached out. What I'm seeing here is people that smaller perform. Let's forget about election fraud. Do you think I don't think some of our votes were cheated? Absolutely. But the reason we make it to the second round is because the votes were overwhelming. They could not easily get a one round with the votes we have pulling in. Mr. Cummings needs to ask the team, as much as he's doing the neck, which I respect, he needs to ask the team, how much did we do? How much more do you think you will have done? Compare them to other campaigners that you see Daniel Sano then going out. He see Patrick Honda there in Cape Mount.
That is exactly. You just took
it. In Grand Bassa County.
But
he needs to ask so hard question and not let them play with the 1%. That 1% also means 99% of Liberians rejected Cummings. He needs to ask them.
Yeah, man, that's good.
Can I say this one thing?
Sure.
What I was about to say is this. Rather than you guys, look, nobody campaign against the ANC. If you really look at this thing, it's not the opposition that were campaigning. Whatever happened on that ANC to the ANC in this election had to have come from poor campaigning. And rather than people blaming people, the CPP breakout, it got nothing to do. Those things happened months ago and we're done with it. Everybody went on to the election. But rather than people being angry at other people should accept the responsibility. And if this was about Liberia, then it will always be about Liberia. Come to join.
And this is what angers me when you guys lump me into this big ANC CPP. I'm a different.
No, I know you tell me when Ellie released.
I am a very different kind of thinker. As you know, when Stanton, had the problem, ANC people who used to utilize this platform turned their back on me and associated me with Stanton. So I think differently, I don't subscribe to all of the thinking that
thinking I got in where they are. You just see one problem and you run away. You're not message driven.
In as much as I support Mr. Cummings, I believe that he has the best idea in terms of developing Liberia.
He ain't got the best team. Those ideas cannot be implemented without.
It's possible. It's possible that
without a team, you can implement those ideas. You got to campaign. You got to win before you rule.
Okay, maybe those are your thoughts. But
how you would do it?
Bodyguard, please do not put me into the whole big lump. Okay.
Well, I know you taking cue from Ellie now, but we'll work on that.
They better see for you to don't put me into the same lump because because it's different. I don't definitely think like how I don't think in group think. I'm not a group thinker. I think independently. I think critically, and I'm not in this because I want proximity to power. I want power. I'm ready to retire, me.
I agree that Richardson, and you did a fantastic job standing up for ANC on this platform. I'm just saying at the outreach level, because I was in Liberia when the ANC launched. Maybe you were in Nima, but I was in Monrovia when they launched. And then I saw some people go around, even the grand game. It was, and with the resources that the CPP has, I did not see that tough grand game. So what I'm saying, why it's true that I would not say that nobody cheated them. We all got, some numbers knocked off here and there, some ballot stuff. Even if it were not taken from us, it was given against us. I'm just saying that it's nothing funny to be celebrating. And one person, you should be sitting home and saying we came from, that's a 5.5 or 6 percentage point difference is huge. You should be sitting home and saying what went wrong. Then evaluate. Was it our vice standard bearer? Was it our outreach? Was it our messaging? Absolutely. Are we getting to the grassroots? How do we prepare this man? Because let me tell you what they're doing. They're preparing Mr. Cummings for 2020 now because they want campaign jobs. This is why they were saying these numbers are not reflective of you. They cheated you. Let's do forensic audit. People voted for you. That's one thing. That's one way to prepare him. But also prepare him by looking at yourself. Till we do well? Till we reach out?
And that's what, okay, I agree with you. And that's what my neutrality is about. You don't see me go on Facebook, social media. Or even coming here and saying, oh, that we 1%. I actually want to hear the results of the evaluation, number one. Number two, I always say I'm in a period of discernment. I've seen me a bad part like you. I've seen a lot of things in her, a lot of things. And some of the things, you gotta hold it. I've been holding it for a very, very long time. And I just want to just chill right now.
I know we're in a party structure. You are a neutral person. You do what you got to do for the ANC on the platform. That I know. You are not with the day-to-day running. No, but I'm saying Mr. Kumi shouldn't tolerate that because my own children know. My own children know there is no way they even make a B and tell me, other people make C or B. Not allowed.
Other people. I want to tell you.
Yes, you are not in the day-to-day running. So I get it. You are just someone who's an ardent supporter because you believe he's a better candidate. But I also want the energy that he putting into neck to ask them for forensic. He should put that energy in his team and ask them why they gonna perform, because I see some link to performance here. Well, have a good night. It was
a good. Yeah, it was really good. That's a good feedback method. Okay, we'll talk to you. Yeah, see Sarah or pay. We so sorry.
Sarah, yeah, can see Sarah, yeah.
All right.
No problem.
Okay.
Okay, so folks, that's it there. Thanks for your viewing role. Thanks for your listening role. That's the Spoon Talk right here on your favorite dial. My name is Yekezi Zuba. I've been sitting as your producer, and of course, coming up at 1 o'clock is Late Night Politics with Nelson Cole. Thanks for being there. Bye bye from my end.